Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to today's meeting of Senate Committee on Revenue and Economic Development. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Senator Cruz Crawford. Here. Senator Dunyate. Here. Senator Steinbeck. Here. Senator Stone. Here. Chair Neal.
Here. So we have all members present, so we have a quorum. I would like to also welcome our audience members who are here in Carson City and also in Las Vegas, and all those who are listening over the internet. If you have not done so already, if you're in Carson, please mute your electronic devices, and in Vegas, mute your electronic devices. And that's if someone is doing testimony. It'd be nice if we don't hear your special, wonderful ringtones. Today, we are going to do work session first, and then we're going to hear Senate Bill 220. And so with that, we are going to start off with the work session, and I will turn it over to Mr. Tower.
Thank you, Chair Neal. For the record, my name is Christian Tower with the Fiscal Analysis Division. In work session today before the committee is Senate Bill 41. It's sponsored by the Senate Committee on Revenue and Economic Development on behalf of the Department of Taxation, and was heard in this committee on March 25th. Senate Bill 41 requires that a cannabis tax permit be obtained from the Department of Taxation by any business wishing to engage in the sale of cannabis in Nevada. The new permit must be obtained by any licensee of the Cannabis Compliance Board engaged in the business of selling cannabis of any kind, in addition to any other permit required by law. The bill also lays out the permitting process and authorizes the Department of Taxation, after following certain procedures, to revoke and suspend a tax permit for businesses that fail to comply with state tax law and regulation. Under the bill, a suspension of a tax permit due to outstanding tax liability requires the Cannabis Compliance Board to revoke the business's cannabis license until the tax liability is paid. An amendment, which is attached to the work session document, was submitted by the Department of Taxation that makes the following changes to the bill. Add the requirement for sellers of cannabis to obtain the seller's permit and cannabis tax permit before being approved for a license from the Cannabis Compliance Board. Add the requirement for the Department of Taxation to issue a cannabis tax permit within 15 days after receiving an application. Add various provisions to the process of revoking a cannabis tax permit, specifying timelines and how a permit holder can cure any delinquency, and authorizing the permit holder to continue operating until there is a final decision. Add various provisions to the appeal process with the Nevada Tax Commission. Add that, upon written request of a licensee, the Department of Taxation shall provide a certificate of amount due to a licensee who seeks to transfer any ownership interest in the license.
You can do the motion, right?
And a new section to provide an effective date of December 31st, 2026, and for the timing and criteria by which existing licensees must apply for and obtain a cannabis tax permit on or after the effective date of this bill. Finally, the amendment adds a new provision specifying that failure of an existing licensee to qualify for a permit by the effective date of this act will result in suspension of the license by the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? No? All right, seeing no questions, I will entertain a motion to for SB 41 to amend and do pass as amended.
So moved.
So I have a first, do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a second from Senator Cruz Crawford. Are there any comments or questions on the motion? Senator Stone?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, welcome back. We're delighted to have you. You're looking good. I regret that I'm going to be voting no on SB 41, and that I think the true hammer in getting these taxes paid is holding up the cannabis license. And so I think we're creating another alternative taxing structure that I don't think is necessary. Thank you.
Senator Steinbeck?
Thank you. I'd like to ditto Senator Stone's comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, any other additional comments? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So we have 2 opposed, and the motion passes. I will go ahead and assign that floor statement to Senator Cruz Crawford. And next, Mr. Tower, SB 69.
Thank you, Chair. Christian Tower, Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. SB 69 is sponsored by the Senate Committee on Revenue and Economic Development on behalf of Story County. It was heard in this committee on February 13th. Senate Bill 69 requires that the Department of Taxation, if it conducts an audit to establish whether a data center is in compliance with the abatement program for data centers administered by the Governor's Office of Economic Development, determine the co-located businesses who have entered into a contract to use all or part of the data center, as well as information on the taxable personal property owned, claimed, possessed, controlled, or managed by the data center and each co-located business. The bill also makes the following changes to the incentive programs for capital investment projects of at least $1 billion and at least $3.5 billion, respectively, which are administered by the Governor's Office of Economic Development. The governing body of a county and city in which such a project is located must be notified when a certificate of transferable tax credit is issued by the office. If the project is located in an economic diversification district, the lead participant is required to enter into an agreement to reimburse a county, city, or fire protection district as applicable to defray the cost of local governmental services during the term in which money is being pledged. The governance of such project is changed, adding representatives of certain local governments where qualifying projects are located as temporary members of the Board of Economic Development. The date on which the partial abatements granted under these incentive programs become effective cannot be earlier than the date on which the office approves the application. An amendment, which is attached to the work session document, was submitted by Story County and makes the following changes to the bill. Delete sections 1, 4, and 8 of the bill. It amends section 2, subsection 2, paragraph N, subparagraph 3, to consolidate fire protection district provisions, limit the amount of the government service agreement up to 10% of the total abatement approved by the office, and limit payments to defraying the cost for services and infrastructure. Additionally, delete section 2, subsection 2, paragraph O, as it has been consolidated into section 2, subsection 2, paragraph N, subparagraph 3. These changes would also be made to section 6 of the bill. Amend section 2, subsection 3, paragraph E, subparagraph 2, to prohibit the abatement of taxes from the fiscal year prior to when the application was received. And also these changes would also be made to section 6 of the bill. Add language to section 2 to include an itemized list of potential government service agreement services. These changes would also be made to section 6 of the bill. Amend section 3, subsection 1, paragraph A to allow, rather than require, a city, county, or fire protection district to select a representative to receive information. These changes would also be made to section 6 of the bill. Amend section 3 to allow a letter of acknowledgement to include a request by the county for a government service agreement, and to specify that the letter of acknowledgement must come from any county, school district, or fire protection district that may experience a direct economic effect as a result of the partial abatement, rather than only those entities whom the office determines may be affected. These changes would also be made to section 7 of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tower. Any members, are there any questions on this? Okay, I will entertain a motion to amend and do pass as amended. So I have a first.
Second.
So I have a first from Senator Dunyate and a second from Senator Cruz Crawford. Is there any conversation on the motion? Senator Steinbeck.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote no on this today. I'm going to reserve my right to change. I want to commend the sponsors have worked very hard to make the amendments with some of the opposition to this bill, but there's still work to be done in those areas. So, thank you.
Thanks. Senator Stone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just ditto my colleague.
Okay. And I just want to make a quick comment, although I'm voting yes. Story County, I know you've done a lot of work, but it's been a long-standing issue to make sure that the rural counties actually have a voice when it comes to the economic development districts. What they were trying to do was the General Services Agreement, which they negotiate, trying to codify it into the actual language of the bill, because it's something that happens anyway. And so I was super, super supportive, even though I wasn't even here. But when I saw the direction of the original amendments, I was like, absolutely not. One of the positions is to make sure that the rural counties have a say in the taxes that are going to be removed or abated from their county. And that has been an important part. And historically, they were left out of that conversation. And that's why this was such a huge fight, to try to bring it back in. And so sometimes we have to go and reflect and think about there are two sides to what's happening. And so I just wanted to put that on the record. Although I wasn't here, I was going back and forth with Story County via email while I was at home. And so I just wanted to say that, I'm a yes, and yes, if, happens in the other house, but either way, good move. I appreciate the work. Thank you. Okay, so any opposed? So I have 2 nays, one from Senator Steinbeck and the second from Senator Stone. So the motion carries with the majority of the committee, and I will assign that floor statement to myself. With that, we will move to the next item on the agenda, SB 269.
Thank you, Chair. Christian Tower, Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. SB 269, sponsored by Senator Titus and was heard in this committee on April 1st. Senate Bill 269 establishes tax credits against the modified business tax, allowing a taxpayer who donates money to the Graduate Medical Education Program to receive a tax credit in the amount approved by the Office of Science, Innovation and Technology, which must not exceed the amount of the taxpayer's donation. The bill establishes authority for the Office of Science, Innovation and Technology to certify up to $4 million in tax credits in fiscal year 2026 to taxpayers who make a donation to the program, and in each subsequent year, an amount equal to 103% of the amount authorized for the immediately preceding year. And there were no amendments submitted to this bill.
Thank you. Members, any questions on the amendment? Or not the bill itself? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion for SB 269 for due pass.
So moved. Second.
Oh, okay. So I have Senator Stone for due pass, and a second? Second. So I have a second from Senator Steinbeck. Well, actually, it would have been a second from you, Senator Dunyate. Either way, it's nice that you guys are competing for that. So with a second from Senator Dunyate, are there any comments or questions on the due pass of SB 269? Seeing no comments, all in favor say aye. Aye. All right, I'm an aye, so there's no opposition, so SB 269 passes unanimously, and I will assign the floor statement to Senator Stone. All right, Mr. Tower, next.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Christian Tower for the record. Next, before the committee in work session is Senate Bill 364, which is sponsored by Senator Cruz Crawford and was heard in this committee on March 27th. Senate Bill 364 creates an economic incentive program based on tax abatements for businesses that intend to locate or expand in Nevada, engage in the construction, operation, manufacturing, or maintenance of railroad tracks, spurs, and other infrastructure for rail service. An amendment has been submitted, is attached to the work document by Senator Cruz Crawford, and it makes the following changes to the bill. First, amend Section 1, subsection 1, to limit the partial real property abatements to 1 foot in each direction of the trail track, and clarify that the abatements against the modified business tax are only for full-time employees. Second, amend Section 1, subsection 2, paragraph E, to revise the number of employees needed to be hired in order to become eligible for the abatements to conform with the Governor's Office of Economic Development standards. Third, amend Section 1, subsection 3, subparagraph A, to revise the timeline to conform with the Governor's Office of Economic Development board meeting schedule. Fourth, amend Section 1, subsection 11, paragraph C, to revise the correct NRS chapter on property tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Okay, seeing no questions, I will entertain a motion to amend and do pass as amended. So I have a first from Senator Dunyate and a second from Senator Stone. Are there any comments or questions on the motion? Seeing no questions on the motion, all in favor? Say aye. All right, so I am aye as well. So the bill passes unanimously. Whose bill is this? Oh, I will assign it to Senator Cruz Crawford. All right.
Thank you, Chair. Christian Tau for the record. Next is Senate Bill 393, sponsored by Senator Neal and heard in this committee on April 3rd. Senate Bill 393 makes changes to the eligibility of the property exchange program created by the Windsor Park Environmental Justice Act of 2023 by clarifying the boundaries of the Windsor Park neighborhood and allowing owners of vacant lots in the Windsor Park neighborhood to participate in the exchange program under certain conditions. The bill further authorizes the establishment of ownership of a property in the Windsor Park neighborhood through the execution of an affidavit under penalty of perjury that the property was acquired from a deceased relative by operation of law. In addition to other changes, the bill also provides that until July 1st, 2057, any single-family residence acquired in exchange for an older single-family residence in the Windsor Park neighborhood under the exchange program is entitled to an exemption of property tax equal to the difference between the assessed value of the old single-family residence and the assessed value that the new single-family residence would have had if it were not considered a new improvement on the date which the residence was acquired. An amendment which is attached to this document was submitted by Senator Neal. It makes the following changes to the bill. Section 2, subsection B, the amendment clarifies that the section refers to a former residential owner who still owns a vacant lot and excludes any city-owned vacant lots in the Windsor Park neighborhood. Section 2 adds subsection C. The added section clarifies procedures and eligibility for inherited properties in or out of probate, and that the Division of Housing of the Department of Business and Industry is not responsible for dividing properties and is exempt from any liability. Section 2 adds subsection D. The section adds to the establishment of ownership of a property in the Windsor Park neighborhood by operation of law that a relative that currently lives in the home using this method and wishing to become eligible to participate in the property exchange program is required to show through certain specified documents that she or he is the rightful owner. Add to Section 3, amending Section 9.3 of the Windsor Park Environmental Justice Act. The relocation expenses are expenses defined in the Community Development Block Grant Programs list to eligible expenses that are covered under guidelines for families and individuals up to $50,000 using direct payments based on lists of eligible relocation expenses. Certain federal funds must be used for these expenses. Excluded from covering relocation expenses are vacant lot owners, The relocation may be applied to renters who are being displaced if the owner selects not to renew the lease to the renter of the Windsor Park home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tower. Members, are there any questions? Seeing no questions, I will entertain a motion on SB 393 to amend and do pass as amended.
Amended do pass.
So I have a first from Senator Cruz Crawford, second from Senator Gignate. Any comments on the motion? No. So seeing no comments, all in favor say aye. Aye. Okay. And so no opposition. That's rare. Okay. I'm an aye too. So thank you, members. As this goes to finance, the motion carries unanimously. I will assign the floor statement to myself when it finds its way out of Senate Finance. All right, so next we will go to...
Thank you, Chair. Christian Tower, Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. Senate Bill 412 is sponsored by the Senate Committee on Commerce and Labor and was heard in this committee on April 1st. Senate Bill 412 repeals the bank branch excise tax that is imposed on banks based on the number of branches operated in each county in the state, effective July 1st, 2029. An amendment, which is attached to the work session document, was submitted by Senator Pazina that makes the following changes to the bill. Section 1, excise tax will not be repealed. $1,750 excise tax on a bank for each branch office maintained in Nevada in excess of one branch office maintained by the bank in each county will be imposed once per year instead of once per quarter. Section 2, this act becomes effective July 1st, 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Seeing no questions, I will entertain a motion on SB 412 to amend and do pass as amended. So a first from Senator Gignate, a second from Senator Stone, and all in favor say aye. Well, any comments on the motion? Does anybody have any comments? Okay. So all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing no opposition, the motion carries. And I will assign this to Senator Pazina. Okay, next we go to SB 431.
Thank you, Chair. Christian Tower, Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. Senate Bill 431 is sponsored by the Senate Committee on Revenue and Economic Development and was heard in this committee on April 8th. Senate Bill 431 imposes the live entertainment tax on a resale, other than an occasional sale, of admission to a live entertainment event by a reseller and eliminates the exemption from this tax on admission to live entertainment for an athletic context, event, or exhibition conducted by and with the participation of a professional sports team with a home in Nevada. An amendment which is attached to this document, to the work session document, was submitted by Senator Neal, making the following changes. Add a new section to the bill to specify that 1/9 of the proceeds collected by the Gaming Control Board be transferred to the Regional Transportation Commission in a county whose population is 700,000 or more, to be used exclusively for the provision of public transit by that commission, and 1/9 of the proceeds collected by the Department of Taxation after the required transfer of $150,000 to the Nevada Arts Council, be transferred to the Regional Transportation Commission in a county whose population is 700,000 or more, to be used exclusively for the provision of public transit by that commission. The balance of the proceeds collected after these transfers is to be deposited in the State General Fund. Second, restore the deleted language that would have eliminated the exemption from the tax for athletic context, events, or exhibitions conducted by a Nevada-based professional team in Section 13. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions on Senator Steinbeck?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you please just walk through the amendment a little bit and maybe explain to me a little bit on who now will be affected by this new live entertainment tax?
Thank you for the question, Senator Steinbeck. So to keep it simple, the bill started off where I was removing the exemption from the sports teams so that they would be taxed. The conceptual amendment strikes that, and that is no longer a part of the bill. What is a part of the bill is the secondary market on the resale of tickets, but still trying to put some of that the resale towards public transit. So I do want to call on Mr. Nakamoto because when Senator Stone in the hearing asked me how much would go towards be generated from the secondary market on the resale of tickets, I said 12 million, but that would have been the gaming portion of it, not the whole portion. So I want Mr. Nakamoto to correct that on the record, because when I answered Senator Stone, I said that the revenue generated would be 12 million, and that's actually on the low side. So, Mr. Nakamoto, can you clarify that part? And then ultimately, that's what the amendment does.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael Nakamoto. I serve as Chief Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. As the Chair noted in her testimony on this bill, for the question that Senator Stone asked about the revenue effect for the resale portion, the number that she gave was inadvertently just the gaming portion of the tax, and it's around $11.5 million. But the total of effect for both the gaming and the non-gaming portion is around $37.5 million, of which about $11.5 million or thereabouts is in the gaming portion, and about $26 million is in the non-gaming portion. Thank you, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Members, do you have any questions on that, on the ticket resale, on the amount of revenue that would be generated, which is now the amendment?
Just a clarifying question. So that would be the amount now with the amendment that would be collected in addition to the normal amounts, or is that the total amounts?
Thank you, Senator Steinbeck. Michael Nakamoto, for the record, that is the incremental amount that would be added to the tax based on our estimates, in addition to the live entertainment tax that is generated already from the sale of the tickets, which is, I believe, the combined portion for the Economic Forum was around $222 million. So it would increase it by about $36.5 million per fiscal year.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any additional questions? All right. I will entertain a motion to amend and do pass as amended. So I have a first from Senator Dunyate, second from Senator Cruz Crawford. Any comments and questions on the motion? Senator Steinbeck.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm going to vote yes to pass this through committee and just reserve my right to change later. But thank you. And also, I just want to say thank you for trying to address the shortage with the regional transportation. We need to make sure our people can get to where they need to go.
Senator Stone.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ditto my colleague. I'll reserve as well.
Okay. Thank you. So all in favor say aye. Aye. And then I have, the motion passes, but I have two, Senator Steinbeck, who's reserving his right to change his vote, and then Senator Stone that's also reserving his right to change his vote on the floor. And so the motion carries, and I will assign the floor statement to Senator, well, you're going to have a lot of floor statements. Oh, I'll assign it to myself if it makes it out of finance. So there's that. All right, so motion passes, and now we will move to our final bill, which is SB 435.
Thank you, Chair. Christian Tauer, Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. Senate Bill 435 is sponsored by Senator Canizaro and was heard in this committee on April 8th. Senate Bill 435 provides for the regulation of vapor products by establishing a mandatory fee-based certification system and by prohibiting the sale of non-certified vapor and nicotine analog products in Nevada. The certification system is to be administered by the Attorney General, requires manufacturers of vapor products to execute annual certifications to the Attorney General, obliges the Attorney General to publish a directory of certified manufacturers and products, and prohibits the sale of non-certified vapor products after January 1st, 2026. An amendment which is attached to this document was submitted by the Attorney General, making the following changes. In Section 8, subsection 2, the agency that is tasked with updating and maintaining the directory is changed from the Attorney General to the Department of Taxation. In this subsection, the requirement to update the directory at least monthly is also amended to require the department to update it as necessary. The amendment makes the following date changes. The date by which a manufacturer has to affirm that certain requirements are met is changed from August 1st, 2025 to August 1st, 2026. The date at which the Department of Taxation is required to create, maintain, and make publicly available the directory of certified manufacturers and products is changed from October 1st, 2025 to October 1st, 2026. And the date on which the Department of Taxation is required to make the directory available for public inspection on a website is changed from January 1st, 2026 to January 1st, 2027. In Section 6, the requirements for certification are revised to specify that the manufacturer must affirm that they have met certain conditions relating to applications to the Food and Drug Administration, and that evidence of the applications and their receipt by the FDA must also be provided. In Section 6, the renewal fee for certification is changed from $1,000 to $1,200, and new language is added clarifying that the fees collected pursuant to this Act shall be used exclusively for the processing of certifications operating and maintaining the directory, and salaries and personnel tasked with carrying out these duties. In Section 7, the amendment specifies in greater detail when a manufacturer is required to notify the Attorney General of any material changes to certification. In Section 9, the amendment details the conditions under which a manufacturer or its brand families and styles of vapor products may be denied, and revises the process through which vapor products may be removed from the directory by the Department of Taxation and subsequently prohibited from being sold by retail and wholesale dealers. In Section 14, penalties are increased from $500 to $2,500 for a first violation within a 12-month period, from between $750 and $1,000 to $5,000 for a second violation, and from between $1,000 and $1,500 to $7,500 for a third violation. It further adds a penalty of $10,000 for a fourth violation and allows the Department of Taxation to revoke the license of the retailer, distributor, wholesaler, or importer after the fourth violation. Finally, the amendment changes the date on which the bill becomes effective in Section 23 from upon passage and approval to January 1st, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tower. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing no questions, I'll entertain a motion to amend and do pass as amended.
So moved.
So first from Senator Dunyate and a second from Senator Stone. Maybe it was a shock. Okay, I thought this was a controversial bill. Anyway, moving on. All right, so first from Senator Stone, second from Senator Dunyate. No, really? Okay, you guys are just shocking me today. All right, okay. So second from Senator Steinbeck. Any comments or questions on this motion? No. Okay. All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. So any opposed? Seeing no opposition, the motion carries. And I will assign this floor statement to Senator Cannizzaro. And so with that, that is our final bill and work session. And we will close it up, and then we will open up our hearing on Senate Bill 220 and call Senator Lang to the table. So just to try to give the lay of the land for this hearing, we're going to try to, so for support, we're going to do 30 minutes, opposition 30 minutes, if anyone's possibly a neutral, 30 minutes, okay? So with that, Senator Lang, thank you for your patience in letting us do our work session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Revenue Committee, I'm so honored to be here today. I'm Senator Roberta Lang, proudly representing Senate District 7 in Clark County. I'm here to introduce a bill I've worked on for 5 years, Senate Bill 220, named the Nevada Film Infrastructure, Workforce Development, and Economic Diversification Act. This act is a forward-thinking legislation designed to unlock a new chapter in Nevada's economic story, one rooted in job creation, workforce development, innovation, education, and long-term investment. Senate Bill 220 is a smart, performance-based bill. It is a structured, accountable approach to economic development that guarantees measurable outcomes for our state. This isn't a speculative gamble. It is a targeted investment designed to perform for the citizens of Nevada, leading to returns that far exceed the initial investment. Senate Bill 220 began as a bill to support the infrastructure for film production, but through collaboration with the Berkshire Nevada Development, UNLV, and other thoughtful leadership, including guidance from Senate Majority Leader Nicole Canizaro, it has grown into something much more powerful. In addition to film, the bill now includes the Creative Technology Initiative, or as I will refer to in the future, CTI, which positions Nevada to lead in the aerospace, defense, healthcare technology, and video game publishing, industries that represent the future of both our workforce and our economy. The CTI, a nonprofit organization enabled by legislation, moves us into a space that will produce even more jobs and a higher return on investment. As a result, Senate Bill 220 is not just a film bill, and I really want to hone in on this. It is no longer just a film bill. Modeled after the University of Southern California's Institute for Creative Technologies and neighboring Utah University, it has the potential to create Nevada's first university-affiliated research center through the Department of Defense. That means getting our share of federal funding, building deeper research capacity, and a high-tech business that puts Nevada on the map for the long term. So, yes, we will build studios through the MBS Group, the largest operator of studio space in the world, and we will keep the studios filled. We will be making movies. We will be making shows, but that's just the beginning. Senate Bill 220 directly invests in education and workforce development and creates a pipeline for opportunity for Nevadans from middle school all the way through university research. According to IATSE, the union representing the stagehands and production professionals, there are more than 5,000 Nevadans ready to go to work in film and production right now. CSN is training students right now, and nearly 6% unemployment. We know people will be ready to work. Let's start where the project will take root. The Nevada Studios Project and the Nevada Media and Technology Lab will be built on public land. The Harry Reid Research and Technology Park, through a 100-year ground lease as part of a public-private partnership. That structure ensures that this development doesn't just benefit a single company or a single decade. It becomes a long-term public asset, delivering educational, economic, and cultural value to Nevadans for generations to come. On that site, in addition to the state-of-the-art production studios, there will be a $50 million, 50,000 square foot media and technology lab. This lab will provide space for CSN, NSU, and UNLV students to learn in the classroom, then walk over to the production lot for mentorship and on-the-job training. Up to $9.8 million is allocated each year to make sure this space can remain rent-free. provide administrative support, and generate collaboration between industry and education. The developer and partner, MBS, have committed to doubling this allocation in the first 3 years of the project to supercharge our workforce pipeline. Over the life of the bill, the funding will provide nearly $200 million for a center plus and for the center, plus another $12.5 million to support the CTI mission. All of this is built with fiscal discipline. Thanks to the structure of this bill, every public dollar invested in film tax credits will be recaptured through increased tax revenue, private contributions, and public land use. The numbers tell a compelling story. Over 10,000 new jobs, $750 million in wages, and tens of billions, yes, I want to reiterate, billions of dollars in a broader economic impact. But what matters even more are the Nevadans who will benefit. Students gaining hands-on experience, technicians and engineers staying in Nevada instead of leaving, families building careers in industries they once thought were out of reach. With Senate Bill 220, we are creating a living engine for opportunity, training tomorrow's workforce, hosting today's industry leaders, and fueling discoveries that will define Nevada's place in the national innovation economy. By even conservative calculations, the overall economic impact of this project is nearly $80 billion. Senate Bill 220 also honors the legacy of Senator Harry Reid, a friend to many of us here. It is no secret that he was a strong advocate for leveraging public assets to stimulate innovation and job creation. Let's be clear. We are facing real economic headwinds. This is not an optimistic time. Instabilities in markets and the economy will affect Nevada more than most. We are all asking, where do we go from here? As legislators, we feel that uncertainty every day of this session. Senate Bill 220 gives us a beacon of hope, a way forward that is visionary and practical. We have done everything in this bill to make sure our investment yields a positive economic return. It invests in our people. This is a one-time opportunity. It will not come again. This is Nevada's moment to lead with intention. Senate Bill 220 bridges the gap between where we are and where we need to be. It reflects the challenges of today and the promise of tomorrow. We have a dynamic team of presenters today and a lot of background to walk you through. However, we will do our best to make it efficient and thorough. Our first presenter, if we can transition to that, Madam Chair, will be Jason Harrington, Chief Real Estate Officer for the MBS Group.
Go ahead.
And he's on Zoom from Ireland.
Okay. You may,
Oh,
I was like, is he showing the video before he talks? You may go.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Chair Nero. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. Thank you to all senators for allowing me to speak here today. For the record, I am Jason Harrington. I'm the Chief Studio and Real Estate Officer and Chief Strategy Officer of the MBS Group. We are, as Senator Lang shared, the largest studio operator and production service provider serving high-end film and television content globally. A bit of my background, and then I'd like to share a bit about MBS as well and who we are. I have a long history related to the development of production hubs and production infrastructure around the world as a producer, as a content studio production executive, as an owner, developer, and operator of film infrastructure. In the U.S., for example, for over a decade, I was the co-chair and a committee founder of the Producers Guild of America's Film USA Committee, the industry's resource on production incentive programs and infrastructure. I'm a founding member of the California Production Coalition in alliance with the Motion Picture Association, a member of the American Society of Cinematographers, the Emmys Television Society, I'm a fellow of the Royal College of Art London and a board member of the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, uh, among some other affiliations. Going back some years, I was an appointed advisor to New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson for the state's creative industries at the time when they were developing a robust program as well. I built Albuquerque studios there, and then later when I was at Netflix as Netflix's head of global production operations and real estate, I architected the purchase by Netflix of that studio along with the creation of a long-term production hub for Netflix in that state. Just prior to MBS at Netflix, in that role, my challenge was to ensure that Netflix had the global resources, crew, infrastructure, et cetera, necessary to support over 1,000 productions each year across the global platform. At the time, that was the largest ever undertaken, but amazingly, it's even been exceeded since. Just, I would say, thank you for allowing me to join. I should have started by saying from my hotel room here in Belfast, Northern Ireland. But I think it is important context. It's sort of what we do at MBS. So I'm here in Belfast, meeting with the government in Northern Ireland as the government here is working. This is where television series you'd be familiar with, like Game of Thrones, have been shot. And they're in the current process of trying to get a very large series here in Northern Ireland situated. And so that's what I'm here helping with. Tomorrow I'll be in Dublin for one of the historic studios called Ardmore that is in Dublin that we operate as well. And that is in relation to Netflix and Blumhouse. And then on Saturday, I move around a lot. On Saturday, I'll be in Limerick, Ireland, with Fox Television Unscripted as their game shows. They're having quite a bit of European game shows that shoot in the Republic of Ireland. So it kind of gives an idea of MBS and sort of where we fit in as a bit of a air traffic controller and a support system for all major content creators. Yesterday I was in, believe it or not, I actually flew in yesterday from Montreal, Canada, where I was there because an Apple feature film and a very large Amazon series are looking to set up there. Similarly, actually, nearby to where I am now, here in Edinburgh, we own facilities in Scotland, and we own facilities and we operate facilities in London, 6 facilities for major content creators, including supporting series that you'd be familiar with, like Bridgerton and Sony's Outlander, as examples. So just to share a bit with you about our platform, and forgive me for racing through, but I want to make best use of your time here. So MBS as a global platform is providing studio management, studio design, equipment rentals. Essentially, we're the largest studio operator for high-end film and TV, but what that means is that we're a resource that's tracking activity across the globe. So for us, it's about keeping the most amount of content activity in all of these facilities and being a support system, an ecosystem for content creators. Let me just scroll down here. So if you'll bear with me, so if you look here, the studios, when I talk about studio campuses that MBS operates around the world, these are iconic studios across the major production markets of the world. We operate 30, it's really actually about 40 now, studio properties, anywhere from Eastern Europe to the Dominican Republic and all throughout the United States and Canada, UK, et cetera. So Ardmore Studios is the one I was just referencing here. All of this, of course, is available online. So just to kind of quickly, and you don't need to read as I flash through here, but a lot of these campuses are quite large. Just to give you scale, our production infrastructure footprint on the real estate side is at over 10 million square feet. So it's gotten quite large. We own about $1 billion just in lighting and grip equipment, which is the high-end technical equipment used for shows like you see here. And so we provide that all around the world through a logistics system and serve those content creators that I mentioned. Additionally, and I'm flipping through it quickly because I just wanted to give you the breadth, is we also are providing ancillary services like props and scenic and wardrobe. And in particular, our studio art and technology group is the industry leader. We're the largest prop house and other things, but in providing design and development for the specialized products in film and TV. So we're building, for example, for Marvel, the Black Panther suits, and the Millennium Falcon for Star Wars and things like that. So we're a technical support system for them. So you'll know many of our loyal customers, and the ones when I say our clients that we're serving, that's who we're talking about. And there's also international content creators that we service equally as well. This is our US based list. Then as I kind of move down, I think what's important is beyond studio management and development and production solutions around the world. So we're the largest booking and leasing group for sound stages and across all high-end film and TV. And I think that's important because really, again, we're very proud that we average a higher occupancy across our properties than the competitive set. And that's really because of our wide breadth and what we're looking at. And I'll show you that in just a minute in terms of our footprint. But the breakthrough production technology is something super important because, as you heard from Senator Lang a moment ago, technology and the capabilities in Nevada and of the students at the new CTI Center, all of that fits in perfectly with what we're trying to be a part of as the MBS platform. So we have MBS Innovations, which is our think tank. It is an industry-leading think tank that has directors of photography and directors and content creators around the world that participate to help create technical solutions, including virtual production, LED, and there's been some really groundbreaking things. We do projects even in Manhattan Beach here, in Los Angeles, just outside, like Avatar with motion capture, Mandalorian, some television shows like that are cutting edge of technology. So that's where we love to live and be a support system. So what you're seeing here is just some giant numbers, but really to share with you kind of the breadth of our footprint and our operations. So we're in 120 locations, just over that in 8 countries. We have over 600 sound stages, about 635 now sound stages within our platform, and we service over 1,000 productions a year. Most of those being high end. Usually mid to high budget content creation, typically in English language. So this is just a kind of map of the locations that we're at and how we're spread out, but we're certainly all over and serve as a resource. So, for myself personally, I would like to also share that on the training note, which is something that came up a moment ago. So for MBS, this is something long term. I've been in this business, my family for 4 generations, the partners in MBS, all of us similarly. So what we're trying to develop here is infrastructure that's sustainable in the long term. For productions are, emanating maybe creatively from different locations around the world, but the folks making the content, the physical production executives, they're actually located within these production hubs. So the producers are looking for that, Nevada talent that is there, and that's really the driver, is where can I as a producer go to have the talent base that can handle production at scale. And so that, as a training provider, we actually have a program that we look forward to working together with all of the different stakeholders involved in this project. But we've been involved in about 10 million US in grant programs just related to production training around the world. And our program is called Changing Lenses, and it's specifically developed for underserved communities. So where we have studios, I say underserved because it depends on where we're located. That could change, for example, First Nations communities in Canada, immigrant communities in London, et cetera. And we've had a great success in that. So really a pride point. So I think I can kind of end on that point and hopefully have been able to give you a little bit of a look of who we are, just to give you an example. These are the types of productions that we work with and that we facilitate in our sound stages. From all those major content creators. So things that you're used to seeing. But what I do now is I think I'll pass it over to Brooke Butcher Gustafson, who can take over from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Jason. For the record, my name is Brooke Butcher Gustafson, and I am the president and 5th generation owner of Butcher Nevada Development. It's an honor to speak before you today. Butcher Development is an 86-year-old real estate development and investment firm founded by my great-great-grandfather, Justice, in 1939. Today, I'm honored to work alongside my father,
who's here today, Brandon, to serve and also serve as the first woman owner of our family's business. Over 8 decades, Bircher has developed more than 65 million square feet of commercial properties across the United States, with an asset value totaling over $7 billion. We've developed more than 260 projects, including office buildings, retail centers, research and development facilities, business parks, warehouse and logistics facilities, and iconic specialty use projects such as the Pacific Design Center in West Hollywood and the Academy of Television Arts and Sciences headquarters in North Hollywood. Since 2019, our team has had the pleasure of working with Senator Lang to establish the vision for Nevada Studios and the Creative Technologies Initiative, or CTI, which we'll refer to here shortly, and which Senator Lang will be introducing as a bill amendment. Over the last 5 years, Senator Lang has played a critical role in ensuring that education and workforce development opportunities remain at the heart of SB 220 and in the overall design of our Nevada Studios project. She has encouraged our partnership with NSHE institutions, K-12 programs within Clark County School District, and the unions to create a solid foundation for sustainable and achievable workforce development pathways. I've witnessed Senator Lang's sincere desire and commitment to diversify Nevada's economy and to enhance the quality of life for Nevadans through the establishment of sustainable, long-term, high-paying jobs. Here are 3 critical elements I want you to remember about SB 220 today. 1, it is a workforce-ready bill. 2, it provides an actionable and realistic plan for economy building. And 3, it ensures that public funds will be used on public land to provide a generational opportunity to reshape Nevada's economic future. What we are most proud about, though, are the numbers, and here's what I want you to remember. $1 to $1 return on investment to the state. $166 million for education and vocational training programs, and a $50 million private investment to deliver the Nevada Media and Technology Lab, and $320 million in ground lease payments to the UNLV Research Foundation. Strategically located at the UNLV Harry Reid Research and Technology Park, the proposed $900 million Nevada Studios project will provide over 3,000 jobs during the 30-month development period and 8,800 permanent jobs once operational. Located on site and immediately adjacent to the planned studio complex will be a $50 million, 50,000 square foot educational and vocational training center called the Nevada Media and Technology Lab. Within this facility, participating NSHE schools, along with K-12 programs through CCSD, can utilize a total of $166 million over 18 years, which is $5.8 to $9.8 million per year for operations, programs and film production, and through CTI, economic research, and pursuit of new opportunities in the aerospace and defense, healthcare technology, and video game publishing industries to grow and diversify Nevada's economy. These economy-building initiatives have the potential to return over $1 for every $1 the state of Nevada invests in film tax credits. While the UNLV Harry Reid Research and Technology Park and the UNLV Research Foundation were organized over 25 years ago, their vision for innovation and economy building has not changed. This has been validated through the continued growth, development, and strategic tenant occupancy within the 112-acre park, which has been wonderfully executed by the master developer Gardner Group. Importantly, in 2023, the 112-acre UNLV Harry Reid Research and Technology Park was identified by Clark County and the LVGEA as a critical site within the Nevada Innovation District, a strategic innovation hub focused on fostering new technology development programs for the state of Nevada. Within the Nevada Innovation District, the 34-acre Nevada Studios project could singularly broaden economic growth strategies for the state, drive real estate value through private programming and partnerships, and establish innovative workforce development programs. The Nevada film infrastructure, workforce development, education, and Economic Diversification Act establishes more than just a film studio infrastructure commitment to secure a transferable tax credit program. It provides a clear pathway to establish workforce infrastructure through the Nevada Media and Technology Lab and the Creative Technologies Initiative. With this background, I will quickly walk you through the sections of SB 220. Sections 1 through 8 identifies that the Nevada Studios project will be developed on publicly owned land at the UNLV Harry Reid Research and Technology Park. The project will include a large-scale education and vocational training center for Nevadans and organizations focused on growing and diversifying Nevada's economy, called the Nevada Media and Technology Lab, defined in Section 7. Sections 9 through 18 outline film infrastructure transferable tax credit eligibility for production companies that create qualified productions at the Nevada Studios project. Section 10 mandates that the Office of Economic Development enter into a development agreement with the project's lead participant and set eligibility criteria for film infrastructure tax credits. The lead participant must make a total new capital investment of $150 million by December 31st, 2028, and a cumulative $300 million by December 31, 2029, and include the development of the Nevada Media and Technology Lab. Section 12 allows production companies to apply for film infrastructure transferable tax credits, which may be used against business, insurance, and gaming taxes. Applications must provide certain percentages of principal photography days and second unit filming, minimum expenditures of $500,000, and diversity plans for hiring that reflect the racial and gender diversity of the state. Full application requirements and audits must be submitted within 270 days after completion of principal photography. Within 30 days of the issuance of the certificate of the film infrastructure tax credits, the production company must pay the office money equal to 10% of the amount of the film infrastructure transferable tax credits. And the office, or GOED, must deposit that same amount into the account for Nevada film, media, and related technology education and vocational training created in Section 30. Section 13 defines qualified direct production expenditures, including but not limited to payments to Nevada businesses, wages to Nevada residents, and fringe benefits such as union dues and health insurance. Section 14 outlines the base amount of film tax infrastructure tax credits issued to eligible productions. 35% of wages paid to Nevada residents and 30% of other qualifying expenditures, which are subject to 5 to 10% reductions if Nevadans do not make up a minimum percentage of below-the-line talent by certain outside dates. Background actors are not considered in determining the percentage of below-the-line Nevada residents. Importantly, any reduction, as outlined above, must not reduce the amount of money paid into the account for Nevada film, media, and related technology and education and vocational training. Section 15 sets out the total amount of film infrastructure transferable tax credits. A ramp up of $48 million, and $63 million over the first 3 years while the Nevada Studios project is under construction. Then $83 million per year for 15 years following the Nevada Studios project receipt of its first certificate of occupancy. Starting year 1, only 50% of the unused amount of film infrastructure tax credits may be carried forward to the next fiscal year. It should be noted that the combined tax credits being requested between Section 15 and Section 22 for infrastructure and non-infrastructure, respectively, is $58 million, $58 million, $78 million, and $98 million thereafter. Sections 16 through 18 outline GOED's requirements, or the office's requirements, for approving eligible productions, repayment from production if false statements are provided, and the office's annual reporting requirements and procedures. Section 19 through 20 modify the existing film tax credit law for non-infrastructure transferable tax credits. Much of the same criteria is mirrored in these sections as those pertaining to the infrastructure transferable tax credits. Section 21 increases the base credit amount for applications from 2025 to 2043, raising it from 15% to 35% for wages paid to Nevada residents, and 30% for other qualified direct expenditures. Qualifications to increase up to 5 to 10% are considered. Section 22 raises the annual tax credit cap from $10 million to $15 million for non-infrastructure transferable tax credits for fiscal year 2028 through 2043. And finally, Section 25 through 32 establish the Nevada Media and Technology Lab Funding Program. Section 30 creates the account for Nevada film, media, and related technology education and vocational training, which supports economic diversification and educational and vocational training programs at the Nevada Media and Technology Lab. Section 31 creates a governing 9-member board for Nevada film, media, and related technology education and vocational training within GOED. Section 32 outlines grant approval processes and community benefit requirements, and Section 35 of this act takes effect on July 1st, 2025, with an expiration limitation of June 30, 2050. I will now turn the microphone back to Senator Lang to introduce the proposed SB 220 bill amendments.
Thank you, Senator Lang, for the record. So we have 3 amendments to the bill, and you should have them, and they are available on Nellis. I'll just go through those quickly. One is a cleanup, some numbering and technical language around the names, conforming them to the intent of the bill. It moves the payment of the video game publishing money from UNLV to CTI and articulate the payment to the CTI. The second amendment is the CTI amendment. This amendment recognizes by implication the transfer of funding from the Film Fund account, establishes a mechanism for creating the 501c3, and provides for accountability to the legislature for the appropriate use of funds. This is the language that makes Senate Bill 220 more than just a film bill. The third is an amendment that acknowledges the developer's $300 million obligation to build on public land, creating a public-private partnership and permanent capital that produces a benefit to taxpayers. It designates the obligation as a qualified private contribution and enables the legislature to apply capital expenditures against the liability for tax credits. This effectively makes the first 4 years revenue neutral, and any direct, indirect, and induced benefits are in addition to that base. May I hand it off to Brooke for CTI presentation?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson for the record. To provide you with more context around CTI, I'd like to play a brief video from a very similar established program at my alma mater, the University of Southern California. Here is an overview of the USC Institute for Creative Technologies.
The USC Institute for Creative Technologies, a unit of USC Viterbi, is a Department of Defense University-affiliated research center, or UARC, sponsored by the U.S. Army. ICT combines Hollywood-derived creativity with academic innovation and military domain expertise, solving real-world problems facing service members, students, and society. Computer graphics, human performance, medical virtual reality, and many more. ICT's researchers explore and expand knowledge across multiple disciplines. They leverage this knowledge to build advanced prototypes like immersive trainers, which have saved the Army millions and often transition into DoD programs of record. These immersive training systems integrate separate research areas, creating adaptive systems that teach leadership, decision-making, and other foundational skills. But our support of the warfighter doesn't stop with training. ICT R&D has been operationalized. One World Terrain began at the Institute and was later employed by the 82nd Airborne Division to support the mass airlift from Kabul, Afghanistan. Our teams have produced 2,000 peer-reviewed publications with 100,000 plus citations, 27 patents, and have garnered 2 scientific and technical awards from the Academy of Motion Pictures. Those are a few of the things we've done. This is who we are. We are a UARC, a trusted advisor to the DoD, informing requirements and evaluating emerging technologies with an unbiased lens. We are dedicated to building experiences that matter. Whether it's creating an R&D testbed to accelerate DoD simulation technologies, recording and displaying testimony to continue the dialogue between Holocaust survivors and learners far into the future, or developing virtual reality exposure therapy for veterans with post-traumatic stress. 150 of us are bio-based humans, and many of us are virtual humans. We are veterans, artists, researchers, filmmakers, computer scientists, and clinicians. We are the USC Institute for Creative Technologies.
Brooke Bircher Gustafson for the record. We're very excited about the CTI program and what that can mean through the cross-section of film and SB 220. As you can see, CTI has been inspired and patterned much after the USC Institute for Creative Technologies, a platform structure that could be utilized through UNLV and other NSHE research and educational programs. Through CTI, UNLV and other participating NSHE institutions could be positioned to be designated as a university-affiliated research center, UARC, and or a federally funded research and development center, an FFRDC. To further validate the opportunities that CTI could bring the state of Nevada, I'd like to turn the mic over to UNLV grad and local Nevadan Drew Brenson, Head of Business Development of GameSquare, to discuss how CTI could integrate with opportunities in the video game publishing industry.
Chair Neal, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Drew Brunson. I'm I'm head of business development at GameSquare. GameSquare is a company that drives global growth for brands using strategic marketing and innovative media solutions with and for the video gaming ecosystem. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today in support of SB 220, a bill that represents a forward-thinking investment in Nevada's future economy and workforce. I'd like to bring to your attention to an industry that is not only booming globally, but also holds tremendous untapped potential for Nevada, the video game industry. This is a $200 billion a year global market, larger than music, film, and television industries combined. Yet despite its economic scale and cultural influence, the industry remains fragmented. There is no centralized collegiate pipeline preparing students to meet the rapidly growing workforce needs of this sector. SB 220 presents a unique opportunity to change that. By advancing this bill, Nevada can position itself as a national leader in the gaming and interactive media ecosystem. We're not just talking about entertainment, we're talking about high-skilled, high-paying jobs in software development, esports, marketing, production, and digital content creation. This is about building a workforce that is ready for the next generation of technology and creativity. Nevada already has the infrastructure, the tourism appeal, and progressive mindset. What's needed now is the legislative commitment to close the gap between opportunity and action. With the passage of SB 220, Nevada can create a new revenue stream, attract private sector investment, and provide students across the state with tangible career paths in a rapidly expanding field. The video game industry isn't the future, it's now. And with your leadership, Nevada has the chance to lead nationally. Thank you for your time.
Brooke Bircher Gustafson for the record. To get a sense for how CTI could integrate with opportunities in the aerospace and defense industries, I'd like to read you a brief letter we received from Tim Wong, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, President and CEO of Arcata Associates, Inc., a well-respected and known Nevada-based defense and aerospace company. Dear members of the Nevada State Legislature, On behalf of Arcata Associates, Inc., a Nevada-based defense aerospace company, I am writing to express my strong support for SB 220. For over 45 years, Arcata has provided award-winning technical services in support of mission-critical tests and training missions for the Department of Defense and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. SB 220 is much more than a bill to attract and build a film and entertainment industry in Nevada. With a well-defined commitment to workforce development, investment, and economic development, it will be a catalyst for growth for defense and other industries as well. The implementation of the Nevada Media and Technology Lab alone is a game changer, enabling students to apply their technical expertise in hardware and software engineering, animation, optics, robotics, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence to real problems and challenges. Given the increasing demand for technical expertise and dual-use technologies in national security and aerospace, this legislation will ensure that businesses like Arcata can continue to thrive, create high-quality jobs, and contribute to the state's economic development. I urge you to support SB 220 and recognize its potential to bolster Nevada's economy, reinforce national security efforts, and create sustainable, high-paying jobs for our residents. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to advancing policies that benefit businesses, workers, and students of Nevada. Sincerely, Tim Wong, President and CEO. Finally, I'd like to pass the mic on to Dr. Robert Lewis to introduce and discuss how CTI could integrate with opportunities in healthcare technology.
Madam Chair and the rest of the committee, thank you for having me here. For the record, my name is Dr. Robert Lewis. I am a neurological surgeon, a brain surgeon from Newport Beach, California. You could ask, what's a brain surgeon from California doing in a Nevada Senate hearing talking about the film industry? The answer is I'm also a Nevada business owner. I have a creative technologies business here in Nevada, specifically focused on the creation and development of digital therapeutic technologies. As a brain surgeon, we utilize technologies across the spectrum. As a surgeon, if there's a structural problem, if I have a tumor, I can cut it out. If we have a physiologic problem, such as high cholesterol, we have medications, pharmacy for that. But for broader, more pervasive problems, for neurobehavioral problems, for things like addiction, depression, anxiety, we don't have effective treatments for these. Back in the 50s, we used to do surgery on these in neurosurgery. We'd cut out people's frontal lobes. It didn't turn out to work too well for them. Later, and more recently, we've developed drugs, therapeutics, which work marginally well for some conditions and not at all for other conditions. And for things like addiction, which now kills more than 100,000 Americans per year, we have no effective treatment still. However, solutions are on the horizon. About a decade ago, I began working in a collaboration between healthcare and the aerospace defense industry. When working with two fighter pilots from the Israeli Air Force, we took the flight simulation technology from F-16s and adopted it to be able to simulate brain surgery. So now, rather than kind of thinking through an operation, which I may have done many times before, I can take the patient's own MRI and CT scan and merge them together to create a patient-specific model, which allows me to practice the operation, not in a general sense, but on this particular patient. What this collaboration between the aerospace and defense industry and the healthcare industry has done has allowed us to make brain surgery less and less invasive, ultimately taking it from something where we had to remove the front half of the skull to operations, the majority of which I'm able to do through an opening the size of a quarter. Ultimately, we are working to create even less invasive options than this. We've had such success in this space, not just for the surgeons practicing, but also in helping the patients for whom these surgeries will be performed to better understand their conditions. In fact, when we put the patients in the VR headset, we see a significant increase in their ability to understand the plan for their own brain surgery. The success that we've had in this era has led to multiple other innovations in the healthcare tech and digital therapeutic space. We have since, in the last several years, in collaboration with other industries, developed, for example, for children with ADHD, forever it has been the prescription of Ritalin. Now there is an FDA-approved video game that children can play in order to help them treat and improve their attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. We know that the long-term impacts of things like Ritalin and Adderall on our children are not sustainable. They cause long-term neurochemical changes to the brain. So if rather than giving them a pill, we can teach a skill in the form of virtual reality or other video game, we can make a big impact in the health of our communities of the future. Number two, for low back pain. Low back pain is the number 2 reason for people to seek health care in the United States. Number 1 is pregnancy, and number 2 is low back pain. In fact, 90% of Americans at some point in their lives will seek health care attention for low back pain. A couple of years ago, in working with a company called Applied VR, we developed a at-home 10 minutes a day virtual reality therapeutics treatment session. Over the course of 8 weeks, 10 minutes a day, the patients from ages 18 to 88 were able to see a 30 to 40% reduction in their chronic low back pain. What this led to over the course of the 8-week study is a significant decrease in their reliance on opioid pain medications, again, the plague of which is leading to 100,000 deaths annually in this country. This impact of being able to use digital therapeutics, this field of digital therapeutics and immersive therapeutics is just in its infancy. And my opinion here is that the Creative Technologies Institute, in partnership with the filmmaking industry, whose particular area of expertise is production and storytelling, where we've kind of run into a roadblock in the creation of these digital therapeutics is in conditions that are even more pervasive than things like pain and ADHD. When we're looking to motivate behavioral change, the principal driver of our behaviors, and this is in conjunction with the UNLV Behavioral Health Department as well as the UNLV Film School, the principal driver of behavior is emotion. How do we create emotion? Well, there's one industry on earth that has mastered and maybe has the monopoly on invoking emotion, sometimes powerful emotion, and that's the filmmaking industry. The idea here is to leverage the storytelling and creative and production capabilities of the film industry in partnership with treatments, cognitive behavioral treatments, that we know to be effective in order to generate engagement and buy-in from these patients. The added benefit for the Nevada infrastructure and ultimately development is the idea that these technologies will be created and licensed and develop intellectual property that is native to Nevada and be able to be scaled, not just to serve the residents here in this state, but also be able to be scaled to solve access challenges and engagement challenges across the mental health space and the larger behavioral determinants of health. Finally, on this point, when we tell our children, eat your broccoli, they don't do it. They don't understand. They don't emotionally engage as to the why. This is one thing that the film industry does really well. When I see Forrest Gump, I've seen the movie 100 times, and every single time it makes me cry because they are masters at helping us to identify with and therefore drive our emotion. And as I said before, it is emotion that is the driver of behavioral change, in this case with the potential positive impact on the long-term behavioral determinants of health, which we all could benefit from. Thank you for your time.
Senator Lang for the record. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, Mr. Brunson, and thank you, Tim Wong. Now we'd like to move on to education and workforce. As many of you know, both of these subjects are very dear to my heart, and I've spent my life working to make sure that people have the tools they need to achieve their hopes and dreams. And I'd like to turn it over to Apple from IATSE.
For the record, my name is Apple Thorne, and I'm a Nevadan. Born in Las Vegas and a graduate of the UNLV College of Fine Arts, I now serve as an international vice president of the IATSE, the largest union in the entertainment industry, and as business representative of its Local 720, representing approximately 3,000 behind-the-scene workers in Southern Nevada. Our members work across the spectrum of film, television, convention, trade show, and live entertainment. These are not glamorous jobs for famous people, but hard-working blue-collar jobs, setting up staging, lighting, and audio, building video walls and costumes, crafting props, or styling hair and makeup. They pay good wages, provide solid health care, and secure retirement benefits, which follow workers from one job to the next in an industry that is mostly gig-based. Despite the uncertainty of each gig only lasting a few days or weeks at a time, this industry is in high demand. Local 720 currently has about 5,000 applicants from all walks of life waiting to be added to our referral lists. The majority of the work available now is in convention, trade show, and live events, dependent on tourism and convention seasons. When tourism drops or the convention season ends, our workforce is devastated, and many must turn to unemployment every year to get by until things pick back up. Film and television work is not dependent on tourism or the seasonality of convention scheduling. Production for full features or television series on a soundstage can provide jobs that last for many months at a time. So an increase in those opportunities creates security for entertainment workers and can remove them from needing public assistance. The plan in this bill would do more than provide security for those currently working in the industry. It could create many more jobs for our applicants and our next generation of Nevadans, including in new positions that do not currently exist in our state. Recognizing the growth that would come from with film infrastructure, I've spent the last couple of years researching how other locals responded to expand their workforce after sound stages were built in their jurisdiction, learning what they did right as well as what they wish they had done better. I also joined a working group locally that includes UNLV, CSN, NSU, and sometimes CCSD to create a path for students to gain the skills, qualifications, and experience to find placement in these new jobs. We started by identifying the roughly 162 different behind-the-scenes positions that IATSE represents on set. Each of the higher education institutions then identified what classes they currently offer that could prepare someone for each position. This will help us allocate different training to each institution and identify gaps in what is currently offered to see where new curriculum should be developed. We also began researching partnerships to create paid training opportunities on working sets with mentors who are current industry professionals and emphasize that the plan in SB 220 to include a media lab with such close proximity to the working sound stages will be beyond valuable to these students. Our next steps will be to develop the specific certificate programs with each of the schools that will include working hours on set with major studio partners through a Hollywood Cinema Production Resources Program, and prepare our working professionals for a mentorship program. This is an exciting opportunity for thousands of new jobs in Southern Nevada with the foresight to plan for Nevadans to gain the qualifications to assume those roles. Thank you.
Senator Lang for the record. Thank you, Apple. I really enjoyed that presentation. We are excited about the potential for our students, our institutions, and creating a stronger economy. We have presentations on economic development data that I believe accurately represents the numbers for this bill. Brooke, okay.
Chair Neal, for the record, I am Rachel Selsky, CEO at Camoin Associates, and thank you all so much for having me here today. Camoin Associates is a national economic development consulting firm that has been doing this type of work for over 25 years. Our firm and me personally have over a decade of experience looking and measuring and analyzing the film and entertainment industry, and have worked with states such as such as Louisiana, Kentucky, and New York State, where tax credit programs have played a role in economic development and where lawmakers have been interested in measuring the return on that investment. Our role in this project was to provide an economic and return on investment analysis of the Nevada Studios project in terms of job creation, local spending habits, and state tax revenue generation. As we approach all of our projects at Camoin Associates, we aimed to provide a comprehensive assessment built off transparent and reasonable assumptions based on background research, prior reports, and our professional experience. When we look at the total economic impact of the Nevada studios, there are two primary sources that will drive the results, plus two additional impacts that we'll discuss today. First, of course, there are the impacts of the construction period. This includes spending on labor, materials, design, and the site work, all involved in the construction of the campus. These are significant upfront investments that will generate jobs and local business activity. Second, we have the ongoing annual operational impacts. Upon full build-out, there will be permanent annual on-site jobs in a wide variety wide variety of industries for a wide variety of individuals. Third, there's the broader tourism and branding impact. As more productions are filmed in Nevada, the state will draw fans, tourists, and visitors who will want to experience it for themselves, what they saw on the screen. Nevada already has a substantial tourism economy, and this will build on that. Finally, SB 220 will establish the CTI initiative that you already heard so much about. From an economic development perspective, the CTI will act as a stimulus for cluster growth in vital sectors of the state's economy, going beyond the film studio infrastructure and creating potential for Nevada to grow in aerospace and defense, video game publishing industry, and the healthcare technologies industry. Together, these four impact streams, construction, operation, tourism, and CTI, create a diversified and long-lasting economic impact and return for the state that includes direct, indirect impacts throughout many different industries. Starting first with construction, it is estimated that the total project will be over $900 million in private investment, with $518 million of that in direct hard construction costs, including both materials and labor. It is assumed that approximately 75% of those hard costs will be sourced from right here in Nevada. This translates to approximately $388 million in direct construction-related spending for Nevada businesses and residents. As a result, over the construction period, we estimate approximately 3,000 total jobs supported, both on-site and across the supply chain, $260 million in earnings for workers. This is about $86,000 per job, and $676 million in total economic output generated across the Nevada economy. In terms of ongoing operations, we estimate nearly 4,000 direct on-site jobs supported upon full build-out of the Nevada Studios campus, both related to the production jobs, but also other uses that are supportive and complementary on the site. Once fully operational, we assume that the studio portion will generate nearly $600 million per year in production-related spending. In addition, as you saw on the previous slide, there are about 1,000 non-production related jobs that will be on site at the hotel, office, and other complementary uses. It was these two inputs, the production spending and the non-film jobs, that were used as the direct input to calculate the economic return. As a result, the average annual economic impact of on-site operations is significant. 8,800 jobs supported across the state each year, $592 million in total earnings, and $1.9 billion in economic output annually. These are sustained and annual benefits that help to strengthen and diversify Nevada's economy. Now let's look at the direct fiscal benefit to the Nevada General Fund. These are new state tax revenues that will be generated by the construction and operation of Nevada Studios. For this portion of the analysis, we are looking at simply the results in tax revenue from the direct economic activity associated with the site, and we do not capture the potential revenue from that indirect and induced activity. During the construction phase, we anticipate $15 million in sales and use tax and another $2 million in modified business tax. Once the studios are up and running, the ongoing operational phase generates even more substantial returns. $478 million in sales and use tax, $43 million in the commerce tax, and $68 million from the modified business tax. That adds up to a total of $607 million in new state tax revenue directly supporting the Nevada General Fund over the 18 years. Over the 18 years, it is expected that there will be $9.8 billion in total production spending across Nevada, driving $1.6 billion in tax credit allocations. These productions and associated tax credits are anticipated to ramp up over the first 3 years, and then remain consistent following that. This slide here compares that total new general fund revenue, that $607 million that I talked about previously, with that tax credit allocation of $1.6 billion. When considering just the on-site activity of construction and operation, The return on investment for Nevada is 38 cents for every dollar of tax credit allocated. Another way to consider return on investment is that for every dollar of tax credit allocated, there will be an additional $3.31 for Nevada residents through earnings and over $12 in new overall economic activity in the state. In addition to the impacts from construction and operations, we also consider the economic potential of screen-induced tourism and on-site studio tours. Our assumptions are based on trends we've seen in other states and countries. As more productions are filmed, more people will be inspired to visit the places they've seen on the screen, either specific place that they've saw or just to experience the overall Nevada lifestyle. In addition, on-site studio tours at Nevada studios will become a visitor attraction in its own right, much like they are in Los Angeles and the United Kingdom. We estimate that a portion of a visitor's trip, and therefore a portion of their spending, can be attributed to Nevada's growing film industry presence, either through extending their visits or being one of many other reasons that people are visiting the state. As a result, the average annual impact of this tourism activity is 1,800 jobs, 85 million in earnings, and 247 million in total economic output. Importantly, this tourism activity also generates additional tax revenue for the state, creating an additional 9 cents of return on investment per dollar of tax credit issued. Here, we can see the additional general fund budget taxes collected when considering both on-site activity, the construction and operations, as well as the tourism activity, and the increase to the return on investment to 47 cents. We also note that while the cost to the state of the tax credit program is 53 cents per dollar of tax credit, that investment results in over $12 of economic activity when only thinking about those original on-site output. That's a multiple of 22. Now for the Creative Technologies Initiative, which has the potential to play a role in statewide economic diversification and resiliency building. SB 220 supports economic diversification by leveraging the film and digital media industry to catalyze growth in high-tech sectors such as video game industry, aerospace and defense, and health and medical technologies. Our analysis made certain assumptions regarding the potential growth opportunities for these three sectors in Nevada under different investment scenarios in an effort to estimate the potential new economic impact and fiscal benefit to the state. In the end, the analysis found a potential for an additional return on investment of 55 cents for every dollar of tax credit as a result of CTI and the potential continued investment and attraction by the state of these critical sectors. Note that this return does not account for the associated hundreds of millions of dollars of investment that would be necessary to construct the necessary research and development facilities and manufacturing facilities and infrastructure as those sectors grow in Nevada. Finally, this slide shows the total potential return on investment to the state general fund when considering construction, operation, tourism, and CTI-related economic growth. In the end, we believe the Nevada studios and SB 220 will have a $1.02 return for every dollar of tax credit issued. I'd also like to point out that while the multiple that we talked about previously was 22 for the investment when just considering the tourism and on-site operations, when we add in the factor of the CTI growth, the multiple of investment for Nevada goes to 48 times. Thank you so much for your time.
We're now going to turn it over to John Roberts, who's joining us by Zoom, to just provide a little bit more color to the CTI strategy for growth for the state and economic impact.
Well, thank you. I'm assuming that you're all able to hear me. I can see myself on the screen, and want to do a quick note of appreciation for Rachel's work. Our firms are competitors, but we've had the opportunity to take a look at the work that they have done and find it to be absolutely spot on. And by way of introduction, let's see, I think, is everything visible? I think so.
Yes, we can see it.
Good. So let me begin by introducing our firm. We've been in business 30 years. We do economic development nationally and internationally, and we are focused on strategic planning, but we have a strong workforce component as well. Our team, as you can see, if I can stop scrolling so rapidly, consists of 4 principals. I am the managing partner. Tracy McDaniel, who was the head of the International Economic Development Council, is our president. And Tracy and I have had the pleasure of working together for going on 30 years when I ran economic development for the state of Texas and she headed up tourism. My own background relevant to this, I began in venture capital. And when I left the venture capital firm in Portland, Oregon, I was tapped to run economic development for the state of Washington and subsequently for the state of Texas. I have some familiar with the Las Vegas area because we, pre-COVID, we did the comprehensive economic development strategy for the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, and we're tapped to do it again beginning in 2025. I'd want to call out one thing that makes it relevant to the work that we will hope to be doing on an ongoing basis with this project, and that is our efforts with the tech transfer plan for the Texas Tier 1 universities that we just completed for the Higher Education Coordinating Board in Texas. And I want to highlight that because of all of the things that are important in economic development right now. It is making projects sticky. And I think you know what I mean by that. We want to make sure that the developments that occur hire local people and are committed to remaining in the community. And when you're talking about technology and when you're talking about innovation districts, that's the biggest challenge. And I think this project does that. Now, that vision really is one for expanding and diversifying Nevada's economy over the next 15 years. That's the vision here. So it's grounded in the work of the Nevada studios, but as you've been hearing, expands far beyond that. And the challenge really, and I think you know this challenge, is that the overdependence on lower wage jobs has been the bane of Nevada's existence. I don't think I'm out of line in talking about that. Diversification of the economic base is absolutely critical. And we need to strengthen those target industries, by the way, that align with the state's goals, all around meeting a much far more competitive landscape. And you heard Brooke talk about that earlier. And being in the site selection business as well, I can tell you that this opportunity is just huge because everyone wants these kind of projects and hopes to be able to diversify their economy on that basis. And why diversify? Well, I think that's fairly clear to all of us already. It's the higher wage jobs, makes you more competitive, and it gives you greater fiscal dependability. So what will result from all this is a stimulus for cluster growth. And when I mentioned the tech transfer work that we did in Texas, it's really about saying, look, we can change the landscape here. We can be more competitive. We can stimulate clusters. And I was joking earlier about saying when I moved to Texas in 1994, it was the last year in which there were more cattle than there were people. After that, people outnumbered cattle. Concern for Nevada is that people outnumber slot machines. You'll forgive me for that little indiscretion. But really what we're seeing here is an economic development catalyst for the state. The innovation that can come out of it and the support for the UNLV Center for Creative Technologies, these are real. These are things that we believe can make a huge difference in the economic competitiveness of Nevada. And allocating this expansion through video game publishing and design, that tie to UNLV, that's the tie that we're seeing in the R1 universities that makes states more competitive. And these sectors of video game publishing that you've been hearing about, of aerospace and defense manufacturing, I was really, really impressed with Dr. Lewis's point about health and medical technologies. These are all aligned with what the state is already doing and also with GoEd specifically, their target industries. The major components here, I think most of those you are familiar with at some level, the Nevada Media and Technology Lab. And the point is that these are initiatives and components that will be energized and stimulated through this process. So what are we getting out of all of this? And some of this you've heard already. I just want to focus for a moment, however, on entrepreneurship. And there was a recent publication that came out of LVGEA, out of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, that asked the question, can Nevada and Las Vegas be the next Silicon Valley? Well, the optimistic answer was, yes, it can be. I'm not quite ready to jump on board with that yet, but I think striving for that and seeing that as a desirable outcome for this kind of work, that's where the new venture investment and entrepreneurship come into play. And these have statewide impacts. There's no question about that. So we did some analysis along these lines, and again, reinforcing the work that Kamoin did and Rachel just highlighted. But if you take a look at what we did, is we looked at the different states that match some of the dynamics of Nevada. Utah, New Mexico, those are always on your list. Louisiana, Georgia is a bit of an outlier because it's obviously a larger state, anchored by Atlanta and significant investment. But the point here is that the total net cost per job created is not only competitive with other states, but is really very close to a bargain in terms of the economic impact and return that you get from making this investment. And again, looking a little bit deeper into this and reflecting on what Rachel just said, for every $1 of tax credits paid out over an 18-year period, you're getting a little bit better, actually, a one-to-one return. That's phenomenal. And these numbers now, you've seen them several times. We think it's absolutely attainable, and we really appreciate being part of this initiative, which I think can be transformative. And here are some examples of other activities that we looked at. You already saw the video from USC, from the University of Southern California, and then some examples from Utah, Falcon Hill, the Aerospace Research Park, the gaming that has been just explosive in Utah, and Hill Air Force Base training. So we can learn from these. I think they're well within the grasp of what can happen in Nevada. And let me just say, it's been a pleasure to be part of this process, an honor to be able to testify before you, and looking forward to your questions and comments. Thank you.
Senator Lang, for the record. Thank you for that presentation. And I would like to close out our presentation with this. We are talking about a project that has lots of opportunity. It has a great return on investment. We are talking about a project that is going to be union built and union operated, and we know that how important the unions are to our Nevada economy and what they bring. And so I believe deeply in unions and the contribution to our state. Senate Bill 220 is also a reflection of the kind of Nevada we want to build. We cannot continue having things that happen in our state, like the recession and COVID and on and on and on, and be in a situation like we are right now in our legislature, talking about cuts that have happened in the federal government and what are we going to do? We need to turn this into an economy in Nevada that's diversified and that we can leverage long-term private investment, or take private investment and turn it into long-term educational and workforce infrastructure, and create industries that will sustain our economy through uncertainty and change. It honors the legacy of Senator Harry Reid by turning his vision for the Research and Technology Park into a living, working engine of opportunity, connecting research, education, and industry to serve the people of Nevada. We're just not breaking ground. on buildings, we are laying a foundation for careers, discoveries, and building a diversified economy that lifts everyone. Senate Bill 220 is a generational opportunity and one we must not miss. I urge this committee to support Senate Bill 220 and help us build a future that is worthy of the people of our great state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lang.
We're open to questions. We have several different people that talk, so we might need to move around a little, but we're happy to answer your questions.
Okay, members, any questions on the bill? Senator Steinbeck.
Thank you for the presentation. I have several questions. The first one would be, thank you, Chair. What companies have committed to coming and producing films here at this time?
Thank you, Senator Steinbeck. As you heard in the presentation, our partner is MBS Group. MBS Group is like the broker of the film industry. They fill the studios. They're doing it all over the world. And so they are our partner. And so I guess the slide's not up anymore, but they work with Netflix, and here it is. Netflix, Marvel, Warner Brothers, HBO, Netflix. I mean, they work with everyone because their job is to keep the studios filled.
And Brooke Barcher Gustafson for the record. So again, as Senator Lang had just mentioned, they will be bringing in productions. As you heard, they do about 1,000 productions a year. So by way of talking to Jason Harrington, who you heard from at the beginning of this session, they had in our conversations with him, he had shared that there's groups that already, knowing that this is in the works, are very excited about coming the day that the bill passes to film and be engaged with Nevada studios.
Okay, and so they're excited, but are they committed? Are those companies are committed to coming or may come? Those that we're looking at right there.
Yeah, through the network of MBS Group, they would bring them here.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Additional questions? Senator Stone.
Thank you, Senator Lang, and for a very impressive presentation. It seems as though many of these tax abatement programs across the United States have been proposed, and the results have been lackluster in many cases in New Mexico, other areas. Can you talk about why you think this project is different than other projects, and why you believe this is going to be as successful as has been portrayed today?
Rachel Selsky for the record. Great question. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Stone and Senator Neal. So the question regarding why we think this project will be successful, one thing that I think is very important about this project is that it is not just a tax credit program for productions in the state. It also has the other components built right onto the campus. And so that provides the really nice synergies and complementary activities on site. So while there will be economic impact from those productions, this project also includes those other on-site jobs, earnings, sales that will create the catalyst for other indirect and induced activities. And beyond that, I would say the CTI initiative is really impressive, and that will create really strong connections between the film sector, but then also those many other vital sectors to help diversify the economy. So that's why I would say this is different than other projects.
So I want to be clear that the land is owned by the UNLV Foundation. The media campus is being operated by UNLV. The project is being leased by MBS to studios and productions who are interested in bringing films to Nevada. The tax credits, though, are being committed to Berkshire Development, correct?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson for the record, if I could just clarify the connectivity there. So Bircher Development, Nevada Development will actually have the ground lease through a separate track notice and STN through the UNLV Research Foundation, and the master developer Gardner Group is also kind of, we'll say, sandwiched in between there. So it's a UNLV Research Foundation that has a master developer, Gardner Group, and Bircher Development is ground leasing it from them.
If my light is on, we need to ask some tough questions. I worry about what happens if things don't happen as planned. If the project fails to meet the total investment requirement of $300 million by December 31st, 2029, but has before met the first investment requirement of $150 million by December 31st of 2028, would the office be required to approve the $58.1 million in tax credits in each fiscal year from the fiscal 29 onwards?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson for the record,
Yeah.
record Senator Stone. So we have guardrails that will be built into the development agreement with GOED. So if we do not meet those minimum thresholds by those said dates, we will not, and the Nevada studios will not receive those film tax credits. So we are highly motivated in order to bluster the industry and bring those productions here, and also to initiate the CTI program.
And then lastly, as an escape valve, if the legislature and the governor approve Senate Bill 220, the state of Nevada would be making a long-term financial commitment to the lead participant of up to $83 million in tax credits per fiscal year that could be used for nearly 20 years, which would reduce available revenue in the state's general fund during those fiscal years. As you know, we've experienced recessions, we've experienced a pandemic. Has the sponsor considered adding provisions that would allow the temporary reduction or suspension of tax credits during periods of severe financial emergency or any other adverse economic conditions for our state?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson for the record, Senator Stone, that's a great question. And I think one that certainly we need to continue to work with GOED on, but at this point we do not currently have anything that would stop the film tax credits. But I want to emphasize that the reason why. At Nevada Studios, we have committed to put up 10%, and actually, as Senator Lang had shared, in the first 3 years, 20% to surcharge the workforce development programs that are going to be occurring at the Nevada Studios, Nevada Media and Technology Lab. And through the creation of those workforce development opportunities, we will be training over the 3-year ramp up while we're developing the project, training the workforce so that it is ready for immediate implementation. I think you had heard from Senator Lang and Apple with IATSE that there's currently 5,000 jobs ready and waiting to be put to work in the film production industry, so in here in Nevada. But I think with regards to any sort of potential economic downturn, that's exactly why, and we're actually so grateful that Majority Leader Cannizzaro had challenged us 2 years ago after we had presented this bill to get to 1-to-1, because CTI is what does that, and that's how that diversification opportunity can really enhance Nevada's economy for the long term. Yes, there will be a ramp up to get there. Yes, there will be a need for these dollars to be utilized through the Nevada Media and Technology Lab and the CTI program that will be funding it, but the goal being that in those economic downturns, it is not a burden on the state's budget whatsoever, given we've got the dollar for dollar or over dollar for dollar return to the state.
Okay, if I could just continue just a couple more. It's been promoted that this is going to be creating jobs for Nevadans and bolstering business for Nevada businesses. So in section 13.1H, it says the payroll for Nevada residents or other personnel who provided services in the state, whether as above-the-line personnel or below-the-line personnel, including without limitation to wages, fringe benefits, and living expenses paid in connection with the services rendered in the state. Doesn't it have to be a Nevada resident when they use the words "other personnel" provided after that? Can you kind of explain that?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson for the record. Can you just remind me which section?
13.1H. The payroll for Nevada residents
Yes.
or other personnel who provided services in the state.
Yeah, so the idea being, and again, we've actually worked closely with the Film Office to draft this particular language in order to ensure that we have the appropriate, again, I use the word guardrails, but appropriate guardrails in place to verify Nevada residents, licenses, addresses, all of those things, even over a certain period of time, they had to have lived here and worked here. So when we say other qualifying personnel, we can verify, exactly what, it is not intended to be a loophole or a gotcha in the language. It's, I think, just, again, we can connect with the film office to clarify that, but I think the intent is to have this be a qualified Nevada resident.
I think if we clear that up, I think
Yes.
it'd be good. And just lastly, the effects on Nevada businesses. It's in section 13.1I. It says payment for goods or services provided by a Nevada business or the lead supplier, which I believe is probably MBS, which is not a Nevada company yet today. It was promoted as like the world's largest distributor of infrastructure for motion pictures. I've had some correspondence with some locals here that are afraid that MBS is going to take away their ability to provide what historically they've been able to provide to the motion picture industry. Can you give us some assurances that these businesses are going to be okay and hopefully thrive?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record. I may turn that one over to Jason, just because I know he deals with this in every jurisdiction and similar concerns. So Jason, if you're on the Zoom, if you want to respond to that.
Sir, Jason Harrington for the record. No, I appreciate it. We actually work with local providers in all of the jurisdictions. So as you would imagine, we can't own enough equipment nor have the desire to own enough equipment in these markets. So in markets from New Mexico to Louisiana and Georgia and on, New York, et cetera, throughout the US, Canada, UK, we're using partner vendors. So to put into perspective, just one large television show that it shot in the state of Nevada, that television show, let's take a Marvel series, for example, there would be enough rentals that we would require that we would actually utilize more equipment than exists on the ground in Nevada today, just in terms of sub rentals. So we've been seeing and the proof is in the pudding, sort of to speak, in around the world with our partners, but we partner with all the local vendors in our local markets because it's a way for us to reduce the need to essentially own too much equipment throughout the platform. We wouldn't be able to do it even if we tried.
Senator Gignate.
Thank you so much, Chair Neal, and thank you, Senator Lang, for presenting this. Before I go into my questions, I just want to commend you for having the vision of starting this. I know it's a tough bill, right? Just because there's a lot of moving pieces to it, but I want to give you credit for starting this process. So I felt that you deserved that those kudos. I have questions on the technicalities of the bill, and so I just want to start from the beginning. I want to start perhaps talking about the location of it, and it deals a little bit with the financial piece of it. So it's my understanding that in Section 8 of the bill, the project that we're talking about is going to be located on Harry Reid Research and Technology Park. And so who is the entity that you are negotiating with directly right now on the lease? Because it's my understanding that that particular part of land is interesting more on the property taxes. So I want to know, who are the people that you're specifically negotiating right now?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record. Senator Donate, thank you for the question. So over the last 4 years, we've been working with Gardner Group, who has been selected as a master developer to develop the UNLV Research and Technology Park. They were awarded it. Dan Stewart is actually here. He could remind me how long ago, but several years ago, and have built out the Blackfire Innovation Facility, the T-Mobile facility, and forthcoming the pediatric hospital that's also going to be located on site. So traditionally, and also consistent with all of those other projects that have been developed, it is a ground lease with the Gardner Group, who is also leasing it from the UNLV Research Foundation. And with regards to property taxes, although this is public land, there is a possessory tax that is, I would say, the equivalent of a property tax amount that is paid. So it is not called, quote unquote, property tax, it's called a possessory tax, but it's the same equivalent for the Clark County benefits. And the state, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So I want to dive into that, because when you were outlining the specific taxes that would be collected over the 18-year period, I didn't see property taxes on there. So what is the delta in terms of what we would have collected if it wasn't located on that technology park?
Rachel Selsky, for the record. Thank you, Senator Donate. So we did not capture the possessory tax in the state tax revenue collection. We focused on that it was for Clark County, and that's why you did not see it up there. That was only detailing the Nevada General Fund tax revenue. From our analysis, however, we understand the property is currently paying approximately $414,000 per year in possessory tax, and we would anticipate upon full build out that number going to approximately in new property tax revenue, so the delta, the taking out that $414,000 that they're currently paying, of $9.2 million in possessory taxes.
Great, thank you so much, Chair. If I can go ahead and continue, or did you have? Yeah, just are you able to define, just for folks who don't understand, what a possessory tax is and what the semantics of how you got to that conclusion?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record, Senator Donate. So a possessory tax is a equivalent property-related tax, but because it is a public owned property with private businesses being operated on it, the private business has to pay the equivalent tax, but the actual, I'll call it the landowner, is not paying that tax. So it's the business that's paying it, but effectively in a triple net lease, businesses pay those property taxes anyways.
I'm sorry, but thank you, Senator Donate, for just letting me jump in. Can you tell me what is the NRS that defines that in the Nevada statute? Because I mean, I've never heard of it, and a possessory tax. I need the statute on that. You get back to me somewhere, like when you finish answering this question, someone in the group identify that NRS. Thank you.
Yep, Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record. So again, it's a Clark County tax, so the NRS may not be, again, totally, it's not reflected given it's not state level. It's Clark County receives the tax.
So, and hopefully I don't go down a rabbit hole, because this was not my intention on the questions I was trying to ask. This is, so you are negotiating a lease with this group, and as part of the triple net lease that you're entering, this is a separate charge on top of the CAMs that would be also included, right? Because usually most leases that we enter into have the base, and then you have the CAMs that you have to pay for just security and so forth. And so this is aside from that, is what my understanding of what you're trying to illustrate.
So Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record. Senator Donate, just like, again, a triple net lease, insurance being paid by a tenant, property taxes being paid by a tenant, we would have that possessory tax be paid by the tenant, even though we are the ground lessor. Until it is occupied, we would pay it. That's just a cost of our development project. Once it is occupied, then the tenant pays that. So there's no period in time in which we don't pay a tax or it is foregone.
Great, thank you so much. And Chair, may I continue? This is more of a comment before, because I have more questions on as we're going through this. In Section 12 of the bill, I know there's a consideration of the diversity plan that has to be established and so forth in order to make sure that we're hiring the right folks to produce and to create these contents. I think I've mentioned to you in private meetings my intention to specifically look at multilingual as part of the consideration, and so I'm just making that as a suggestion as you're going through the amendment process. The other questions that I had specifically on the bill deal with benefits. And so I know in Section 14 we talk about the benefits that qualified production expenditures should be considered for, right? That we're looking at the health benefits and so forth of the employees that are coming. I want an assurance, as we've had multiple discussions over the last few years talking about tax credits and tax programs or tax incentives that we can have for industries to move into this. I always get frustrated with the difficulty of saying, well, we are going to establish these jobs, and the average median salary of these jobs is higher than the wages that we have right now for the minimum wage, whatever that degree is. And yet, those tax credits, right, for the companies that benefit from those tax credits, they still have employees end up on the Medicaid rolls. And so how do we ensure that the minimum salary or the minimum hourly wage is enough to where a company, like what are the guardrails that you have in your bill so that a company that takes advantage of these tax credits doesn't end up with an employee on Medicaid? Especially because, from my understanding, you are going to have full-time employees, but many of these jobs are not full-time, right? They're contract-based, they're for a specific timeline. And so I don't want a company to take advantage of these tax credits and then you still have the state the taxpayers of the state subsidize them by putting them on Medicaid. And so what are the guardrails to prevent that?
Brooke Berger Gustafson, for the record, Senator Donate. I'm going to have Apple Thorne join me here at the dais, and she'll respond to that, and I'll follow up.
Apple Thorne, for the record. Speaking on the production jobs that IATSE represents, which would be a vast majority of the jobs that we were talking about in these films, we have contracts with all of the major studios. So these are union jobs that have set rates and benefit packages that follow them from job to job. And so even though these are gig-based jobs, these are high-paying jobs. These are, you know, on the low end for a major motion picture, you're going to start in the 30s, but you're getting up into the $60, $70, $80, $90 an hour kind of a range, and up from there. And so, and money goes into a union health care plan where they can, if there is a gig, if there's a gap between work, they can maintain extra funding that was put in there because they had overtime or long hours or something to maintain their benefits into the next quarter. They can co-pay the difference, which is usually a lot simpler and what most union members do rather than turn to a Medicaid program or something. They keep their union health care benefits, and those can follow them from every gig that they do so they can maintain those benefits.
Thank you, but I just want to make sure that my question was clear. It wasn't directed towards what the average employee is going to receive. I'm not asked. I understand that there's union contracts are going to be established, but is the premise or the understanding that every employee that's going to be benefited from this program is going to be a part of a union? Or like I'm looking specifically at the threshold of who is going to be the lowest paid employee that's working at this project so that we don't put ourselves in a position that they're going to end up on Medicaid. That's the greatest concern. It's not about the average median salary. It's the base minimum of who is at the lowest level as an employee, making sure that they're also being taken care of.
Brooke Berger Gustafson, for the record. So for those folks that are below that may rely on the Medicaid requirements or just in order to have a standard of living, the idea that we have with the MBS Group as our operator for this project, they are fully aligned in having this facility being fully leased and occupied by productions for, we'll call it 24/7 production, right? Where there's not the seasonality and inflection where there's going to be a reliance on the state's budget to help offset for Medicaid. Where folks that have those lower paying jobs, I may bring Apple back up to the dais here to speak specifically to those lower paying jobs that may still rely on Medicaid, but the idea being is that we've got jobs here at this Nevada Studios project that will take those folks off Medicaid and allow them to roll into longer term non-seasonal jobs and focused on the permanency of, again, occupancy at our facility because MBS is our operating partner.
Great, thank you. And Chair, can I go ahead and continue? Thank you. On Section 15, we'll come back in terms of the guardrails for Medicaid because I think there's language that needs to be cleared out on that before, obviously, we get to a point of voting on it. On Section 15 of the bill, I know that goes now, we're talking more in terms of the personnel that are recruited for it, and I think my colleague to my right kind of talked about this a little bit, but how did you get to the point of, I know there's a increment of 40% below the personnel line that has to be part of Nevada residents, and then it goes into after 85 months it has to be at the 60%. How did you reach that threshold? Is this something that other states also do? Is this higher than what other states require? I guess walk us through how you got to that rationality.
Brooke Bircher Gustafson for the record. Senator Donate, we have worked closely with the Film Office on drafting this language to ensure not only how Nevada residents are qualified for below the line, but also the percentage ramp up. For us, it was important to also work with the independents and our studio partner MBS to get the appropriate number in there where we felt like it was an achievable, realistic number to get below the line opportunities for Nevada residents by a certain said date. So given the 60 months 60 through 85, not less than those months, we have 40% of below the line personnel being required to be Nevada residents, and then months 85 or more, it's 60% below the line. So coming up with those specific numbers, I could call Jason to the dais if he, or I'm sorry, on Zoom, if he could speak more to just how he sees that allocation nationally, globally. But for us, we felt in working with the Film Office that that was an achievable number, as well as independents and our studio partner who do this for a living, that wasn't out of school, but also really pushed the production groups, film production groups, to ensure that the Nevada residents were kind of sought out first. I don't know, Jason, if you want to enhance anything with that regard.
Jason Harrington for the record. I think it's a great answer. I would just add that from my knowledge, comparing it to other states, we're being, from my experience and just looking at it from, I wasn't obviously running the numbers on it, but it's more aggressive toward local labor. We started out as aggressive as we could toward Nevada labor, and then with being informed by the Film Office, by the different producers locally, independent producers, then we were able to take that information to see how, basically how far we push it. A lot of the other states, like if you take Georgia, for example, they don't have any limitations. So it depends which one you're talking about. So you take Georgia, they don't have any limitations on outside or, local labor. So we took a much more Nevada-centric approach to this.
Thank you so much. And Chair, just one last question. I feel like it was intentional that we drafted the bill towards non-infrastructure versus infrastructure, and so there's been concerns that we're creating two different sets of rules. And so can you walk us through the rationality as to why the bill was drafted that way and why the difference is important?
Go ahead. Brooke Bircher Gustafson for the record. So the infrastructure piece is really the genesis of how we came up with this about 5 years ago. What we thought was so critically important for the state of Nevada was having a private investment, investing in infrastructure that creates the ecosystem that can create a sustainable economic new driver for the state of Nevada. We realized film production's already here, but to the scale of new studio space, new infrastructure, having a commitment from a private investment is really, we'll say, the backbone to help create a catalyst and an engine for sustainable economic programming for, like I said, the ecosystem. So the amount of film tax credits that are provided for non-infrastructure is what we've talked to both the independents and the Film Office as a great amount that they could utilize in a year's time. We hope that, it is, again, right now in a system that is not fully utilized. I think as you've seen in some of our presentation materials, the net new ask for year one is just $8 million because we have about $50 million of unutilized film tax credits because the system isn't currently working for film production to bring it to the state. So the idea being is that this infrastructure investment is going to create the sustainable stickiness to the industry and allow for a home, a place for production, and even open to non-infrastructure to be able to utilize the studios in our discussions with MBS. So we really believe that that's an important and critical piece to have that investment there to then, again, create a more sustainable economic driver for the state.
And Senator Donate, Senator Lang, for the record, if I could add on to the previous conversation about the number of Nevadans that are working, The reason you saw the ramp up on the number of Nevadans that we anticipate to work in this bill is at the beginning, we aren't sure how many people are going to be qualified to work in these jobs. We'll get as many as we can, but as we train people in the media lab, then we'll have enough Nevadans to be able to fill all those jobs, and we won't be in that situation. But it's really important to me, and I know it's important to this legislature that we employ Nevadans and that we don't bring people in here.
Thank you. I need to have Mr. Nakamoto clear up on the record about this possessory tax. Mr. Nakamoto, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Michael Nakamoto with the Fiscal Analysis Division. So the question came back to the discussion of what was referred to as a possessory tax. And fundamentally, it's property tax. But the way that my understanding of the project and how it's structured is that the land is owned by the Research Foundation of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and I am getting nods there, so my understanding is correct. And that is a 501c3 nonprofit, and under Chapter 361, those are ordinarily exempt from the property tax. However, if a nonprofit is leasing land to another entity for a for-profit purpose, then the possessory interest of that land that's based on the for-profit use is taxable to the extent of the percentage of the property lease or use, the percentage of time that it is being used, and then based on the structures or the land and improvements that are there. So the information that was given in the testimony is accurate. It is a property tax. It would be collected by the Clark County or assessed by the Clark County assessor, collected or remitted to the Clark County treasurer as other property taxes would be, and would be distributed to the relevant agencies that have a property tax rate in that district, which includes the 75-cent school district rate that goes to the state education fund, the 17-cent debt rate that goes to the state consolidated bond interest and redemption fund, as well as all of the relevant local governments in Clark County, the county, metro, and so on. So I hope, Madam Chair, that answers the question and clears up the issue for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Nakamoto. It clears it up, but then it opens the door to how many years is the lease?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record, Senator Neal, it's a 100-year ground lease.
It's a 100-year ground lease. So then answer the question, right? So he just broke it down from NRS 361-157. So you have a for-profit use. So what hasn't been broken down, if you're doing a lease, the for-profit use then translates into what for property tax? Because there's no you have the preamble, but it's not specified land, buildings, right? So it's owned by a nonprofit. You're leasing for 100 years. So the property tax is being generated from the lease?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record, Senator Neal. So how the county, Clark County assesses property taxes is based off of the value of the land and also the property improvements over any said period of time. So as the project is improved, you can see in the slide I had up here, currently vacant land, but as improvements are provided infrastructure on the site, that's assessed through the tax assessor's office. So the effective market value for, we have a negotiated ground lease that has an implied land value in there to generate how ground lease payments will be paid. It has to be off of something, and it's what the implied market rate value is, and that is the same implied market rate that the county would use to calculate the taxes.
Okay, so let me go back to the statement that you said. So you have land improvement, which the county will reap the benefits of the land improvement to the nonprofit building, land, etc. Yes? Did I say that correctly?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record, if you could maybe repeat that just so I'm crystal clear
So
on.
the land improvement, the revenue that can be generated from the land improving is on the land and then ultimately whatever changes happen to that building. Yes?
Correct. Yeah, it's roads, it's storm drains, it's and then the vertical. So horizontal and vertical
Okay,
improvements.
just keep it simple. I'm just trying to keep it simple for me. All right, so in the bill, section 15, you're building for 12 months. What have you calculated for the 12 months in which you're building? And then I have a part two, but just we're going to focus on the first part. In the 12 months in which you're building on this land that is owned by a nonprofit, what are you expecting to generate in terms of the improvement that would then go to the county based on what we just heard, which is 361,175? Do you have that in your calculation?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record, Senator Neal. We do have that in the calculations. We have a ramp up over the development period where that assessment would occur. It occurs, annually, but I can have, if you want the exact number, I can have Rachel come to the dais.
I do, because it ties to my part two. Yes? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Neal. Rachel Selsky, for the record. As I mentioned previously, we assumed that the possessory taxes that we paid on the property during the construction period. Yeah.
Can we just call it property tax?
Sure.
Because I don't know what that. All right,
to.
all right, let's go.
So the property taxes that we would anticipate being paid on the property over the first 3 years of construction, we are anticipating that the site is not reassessed until full build out, which is in year 4. So over the first 3 years, our analysis was that there would be no additional, they would just be paying what they're currently paying, which is about $414,000 based on the information I have here each year. So we were only looking at what the new property tax revenue would be. So we assumed that it would be reassessed in year 4, depending on the Clark County assessment process and all of that. But just to be conservative, we assumed that there would be no additional new taxes above and beyond what currently being paid until year 4.
And you calculated at year 4, after these improvements, value to be?
Yep. So we used as a proxy the construction cost of $941 million. That would be the assessed taxable value upon full build out. Clark County uses 35% of that to generate the taxable value. So there's the assessed value, which we used as the construction. We used the proxy of the total construction cost to estimate that, $941 million. They then reduced that down to 35% of that assessed value to be the taxable value. And so then the taxable value upon full build out would be $329 million. And then we applied the property tax rate of 2.93%. to land at $9.2 million. And again, that wasn't in my presentation because I was really focusing on the state tax revenues.
Okay, so now this gets me to part 2, and then I'm going to let Senator Cruz Crawford ask her question. So in the bill, in section 15, I'm going to go back to this 12 months of building. So in the 12 months of building, you say currently they pay $414,000 in property tax right now. Okay. But in the 12 months of building, you guys are receiving the actual tax credit before the completion of this project. So the way it's written, and maybe this is an error, it's not in the amendment, but in the 12 months of building, you're actually getting $48 million in tax credits. So you're actually getting the credit before the thing exists. That's how I read it, and I need you to clarify that, because you're saying, and I just want to stick with the 12 months, don't go beyond. All right. So if you're going to build a thing that is generating revenue of $414,000 in property tax, and then you're going to reap the benefit of the $48 million in tax credits before the thing comes into existence. Talk to me about that math. Yes?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record, Senator Neal. That's a great question, and actually something that we think is very important as part of the workforce development ramp-up opportunity and continuation of a film production, again, ecosystem, I'll call it, to bolster that economic driver that will be creating the jobs, bringing film production here. It would be at an off-site location that we've discussed as a pre-identified opportunity, but in that 12-month 12-month period, while the buildings are not built, we think freezing the film tax credits would be more detrimental to the state because you're not getting that direct and indirect induced spending occurring in the economy over those 12 months. You're not putting your workforce to work. It's a complete stop and freeze, and you're also not taking the opportunity to train and ramp up new workforce opportunities, take folks off Medicaid. I know Senator Donate is, highly focused on that, and that's important to him. But I think, without it, it just freezes the economic driver that we're really trying to reinforce. And by creating a program that is what we know the film productions and the independents really need in order to sustain themselves. We feel like we've created the program that can kind of unlock that in those first 12 months, get that economic driver going, and also put some funds towards CTI to then further diversify the economy. So even though there's not technically an asset there, we put a lot of value into the other economic benefits that the state will receive outside of just the infrastructure.
Okay, so, and I'll have more questions, but I have to close this out so that I can simply understand. And we're going to go back to the 12 months. We're going to use the example that I just made, which is the 12 months before the thing exists and getting $48 million in tax credit. Economic driver is how you end it, yes? So what then are the induced jobs or construction or whatever it is, because remember, it's not in existence yet. What have you calculated for that 12 months? Because that wasn't in the slide. You gave us a stretch. So in the 12 months, what have you calculated as this inducement that we are going to see while you're getting the $48 million in tax credits? I need you to break that down simply for the 12 months before the thing exists, so that it can be clear for the record what Vegas County, Clark County, in terms of induced jobs, or you're saying you're triggering the economic driver. Give me the number for the 12 months, because it needs to make sense if you're going to get $48 million in tax credit before a thing exists, that the breakdown that we will see is a really good number for the 12 months. Don't go past the 12 months. I don't want to see the 18-year stretch where Jesus comes back and we're all like, oh, I don't want to see that. I just want the 12 months, okay? Thank you.
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record, Senator Neal. In those 12 months, we know that the film production is a 6-to-1 spend opportunity within the local economy. So that will drive, spending for, gas, restaurants. I mean, all the different induced impacts and direct impacts that are going to be as a result of the film production actually occurring within Southern Nevada, maybe even Northern Nevada. So where those film production opportunities occur, there is a direct correlation on a 6-to-1 basis. But to give you the specific number, I'll have Rachel come to the dais.
Rachel Selsky, for the record. A few things I would like to touch on. So the tax credit program is the tax credits only are allocated if the productions occur. And so the productions are, because they have to spend the money. So they spend the money, and then the next year they are allocated the tax credit. So that's one thing that I just want to.
And I think you guys might need to double check that language.
Okay.
Because that's not clear, and it's not written that way, nor in the amendment is it written that way. That it is that you will get the credit when the production happens. That's not how it's written. If it is, I really want you to tell me what line and on what page it is clearly saying that.
Yes, so let me, Brooke Bircher Gustafson for the record. I will pull that up for you. We work with the film office on this development agreement, but also the requirements to put in place for when film tax credits can be received. And there's a 270-day window in which film production can be provided their full audit to the film office, and I believe it's within another 45 days. Let me just get you the exact section, so 1 second here, bear with me.
So I'm going to help you.
Here we go.
I'm going to help you. Yeah. Let's go to section
So
15. No, because I want you to just deal with this part. So on page, if you have the actual, like Bill, go to page 17, section 15. You have the approval of the application, which is section 15, 1A, and then go to line 44 and 45, which is the development period. Development period is not a production, right? I'm just trying to make sure we're on the same page, because that's the only one I'm focused on, because I'm still in the 12 months. Don't take me past the 12 months. I want you to deal with line 44 and 45, which is on page 17.
Brooke Bircher Gustafson for the record. So addressing line 44 and 45, I do have to look up to A, because it says the approval of the application would cause that total amount of film infrastructure transferable tax credits approved of this section, and then to that 48 million in that first 12 months. So in order to achieve that, in order for there to be an approval of an application, if you look to section 12, it starts on line 27, paragraph 3, what an eligible film tax infrastructure credit is, and that starts to qualify everything. And then on the following page, it would be, section 12, 3D, 3E, 3F, line 28 on page 9. There is the 270 days in which the audit needs to begin, and you can submit for the to the office all of the materials that qualifies what is qualified as a eligible film for those film tax credits. So as a result of that, there's a window of time. It's not day one, and we can, if it's not clear in this language, we can clear that up, but the intent is not day one, say, of the fiscal year, that 48 is paid. It's just available, but the application process has to roll through that's outlined in section 12 through the film office, and the film office also has to approve an application, the audit, and there's certain windows of time, like 30 days, 45 days, in which the office can approve and issue that certificate, and then the film production is able to receive it.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to simmer on that, and then I'm going to turn Senator Shelley Cruz Crawford.
Thank you, Chair. Most of my questions have been asked. A few questions. So I was going to ask if the lease qualified for tax credits. The answer is yes.
Brooke Bircher Gustafson for the record. One thing I would just want to clarify, and Senator Cruz Crawford for just the entire committee here, is that the Bircher Nevada Development and its investment entity will own the assets, the buildings. We will not own the land. We are ground leasing the land. Usually fee is what it's called. You can own land in fee, like when you buy your home, you own that land in fee. In a ground lease, you own the improvements above the land, everything you've improved, but the land itself is leased. So I just want to clarify that Bertrand and Nevada Development will own those vertical improvements and buildings. That is not a public, a leased asset. It is not a leased asset.
Oh, okay. And then I had a question concerning, and it sounds like it was answered because it is a nonprofit, where you will be getting those tax credits from, or what the property taxes are. My third question was, have you all done an independent cost analysis, had it done independently, about some of the long-term effects on compromised funding, like public education? I know we had some healthcare questions or housing. Has there been an independent study done on the long-term tax credit allocation?
So Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record, Senator Cruz Crawford. Other than Camoin, who has done kind of the forward-looking study on the impacts that CTI and the film production will bring as a result of the film productions occurring in film tax credits, I guess other ancillary impacts, we have not hired another firm to do that yet. I guess, is there a specific analysis or research you would like to see? And maybe, Rachel, you could speak more to this.
Yeah, I know always the concern is with education and educational funding with these tax credits, and having some answers on that would be great.
Yeah, of course. Rachel Selsky, for the record. Thank you, Senator. So regarding the question about the impact on having other funding for the other needs of the state, this bill is certainly an investment in Nevada, and we believe and anticipate that it will be a good investment, as it will generate approximately equal return on that investment in terms of additional funding to the Nevada General Fund over time and in the near future. And so that additional general fund revenue would not happen but for the Nevada Studios project. And so that is new additional revenue that the state will have that they can use to make other investments in the state's needs. That $1.02 return on investment, I just want to remind everyone, did not include the potential new tax revenue from the indirect and induced activity. And so there is potential that there will be additional tax revenue, but we really wanted to focus in on the on-site activity. It also didn't account for the potential construction-related activity that could come from building out the infrastructure and manufacturing facilities related to CTI. And if I could just kind of go back really briefly regarding the tax credit. So the content creators that invest in the projects and the films will be the ones that reap the tax credit programs and the tax credit benefits. So if they're creating the films, they then have access to those tax credits through the process that Brooke was laying out. Thank you.
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record. Just one more comment I want to make about to enhance what Rachel said. But with regards to education impacts that Senator Cruz Crawford had, I think what's so uniquely important to highlight and reiterate about SB 220 is what is coming out of the investment from the state, drawing in new film production, is an incredible, as we've said, generational opportunity to reinvest, and not reinvest, but put funds towards educational and vocational training opportunities. This is not intended to be a further burden on the state's budget with regards to education. This is actually a program that we have created within the Nevada Media Lab that is self-sustaining and should not be an additional burden to the education system with that regard. We have seen some fiscal impact notes on the bill overview page that we will address with regards to just some of the entities and groups involved, but from a perspective of how the Nevada Media and Technology Lab works, the idea is that is a wholly self-sustaining program, and if you actually turn to section, let's see here, it's Section 30, paragraph 6, which is line 8 on page 31 of the bill, you see how the money that's deposited in as a result of the film production, how that flows through and what that waterfall is. And the first thing that's very important to note is that the base rent is covered as a result of film production, that 10% payback that's going in. So for example, on a sustainable year, once the program is up and running, when there is 98 million of film tax credits available, 9.8 million that year, we'll call it in 2020, or call it 2030, 9.8 million that year could go towards funding the Nevada Media and Technology Lab, in which it would flow through this waterfall that's presented in Section 30, and the first being base rent, so it's free for the education systems, in addition, that are participating in those programs there. In addition, we also cover the cost of a administrative officer that's going to help this whole program work and really be facilitated. There's a cost of that that's coming out of that waterfall. Also money that's going to be funded to CTI. So we have over a 5-year period, we're assuming 2.5 million that's going to go and be wholly focused on opportunities in video game publishing and design programs. And then another 10 million over 10 years for the CTI to just reinvest in these programs we've been talking about that are so exciting in healthcare technology, defense and aerospace, and also in video game publishing. So this really is intended to be lighten the burden, encourage new workforce, encourage education and vocational training programs, and really have this be a sustainable opportunity for the state of Nevada.
Senator Lang, for the record, in addition, you all know that I'm an educator, and so having money to fund education is really important to me. And that's how this bill all started for me, is how can we find a way to diversify the economy in Nevada, Southern Nevada in particular, to get the funding we need for education, for health care, the things that we haven't been able to fund. And by diversifying the economy and getting more income coming into that state, that's how we're going to do it. And that's how we're going to fund education. If we operate like we are today, we're never going to get there. We're always going to be behind. As other states have more revenue and can dedicate more money to education, healthcare, affordable housing, it all comes into play. And so I am very passionate about this because I think that this is the avenue to make those things happen.
Thank you. And Chair, if one additional question. Are the vertical buildings covered under the project labor agreements as well?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record. Yes, that is correct, Senator Cruz Crawford. We have a PLA that covers the construction of those projects or those buildings.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just have one final question, then if members, do you have anything else? Oh, and then I'm going to open up for support. So, okay. So the credits can be earned before it's built, but you take them when the productions happen. So in your presentation, where are the productions going to happen while you're building?
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record. Senator Neal, that's a great question. We have identified some opportunities and where those productions can occur. For example, there's vacant warehouse space that could be utilized and transitioned for media production opportunities. There's also, depending upon coordination, convention centers that could be utilized for productions. What's really cool about that is it's got clear heights and the structural system and integration that will allow for it to act and feel a lot like a studio space. There's also just on site, on location, right? There's beautiful locations all across the state that could also be handling those productions. So we're working closely with MBS on identifying those, and actually we've creatively come up with some great opportunities over that development period in which those films could be produced.
So I have a request, if you can work with fiscal staff, if you can break down where these potential, I guess they're theoretical locations, over the 4 years, so we can understand this induced part that you're discussing, And these economic drivers that you're saying are associated with these potential warehouse or other, right? And then also let them know, are these, once again, are they for-profit? Are they nonprofit? What's happening, right? And if it's an open space, be able to break, I mean, because, when you say economic, we all believe that, there's some economic development incentive, right? But you also need to be able to break down how and when those would occur, right? And knowing the periods of time and what is happening in those 4 years is very important, right? Because if you're gonna give tax credits out, then you need to be able to calculate what are the benefits local to state so that we can really see, oh, they're going to be in a warehouse for 12 months. I'm just going to keep using 12 months till I burn it up. And then we can say, okay, for 12 months, they're in a warehouse in Clark County. We can talk about MBT. We can talk about sales tax. We can talk about, property tax if it exists. And then we can then say, oh, okay, in that 12 months, we then see the benefit of them getting 48 million in tax credits while they're building. And then this year over year, right? Because that's how it's written. You have 4 years. Then you say you will have a production going on, but not on the site in which we're giving the credit for. That's how I've broken it down for myself, so I can walk away and put it on work session and feel like I'm trying to understand how we're doing that and why we're giving that away.
You are in the meeting now.
Brooke
Not
Bircher
yet.
Gustafson for the record. I think that is an incredible idea, and we will do that. I think from a team standpoint, hopefully you'll see today, we are all about providing clear, direct answers to these questions, but also being really creative about how we do it, but also as a developer, it's in, I'll say, my DNA, how critically important cash flows are for forecasting impacts on my bottom line, on the community's bottom line, all of it. So I completely appreciate that request, and we can pull that together
One more
with
thing
fiscal
to
staff.
add to that. For each year, while you're, especially for the first 12 months, add to your list that you will produce to fiscal how many Nevada workers are actually a part of each and every year where you are in a location that is not affiliated with the, I'm going to keep calling it the thing that's not in existence yet, because we need to know that, right? How many Nevada workers will be working if you're in a vacant warehouse or if you're in some, field of desert in the South. We need to understand that because that ties to the induced benefit that you're saying, right? Where you're saying families work, therefore they went to the grocery store, therefore they went to the movies. You need to be able to spell that out, and it can't be theoretical. So whatever numbers, I want it broken down. Okay? All right. And with that, we're going to shift to support, and then you will get with Mr. Nakamoto and Mr. Tower, and you will break this all down for us for the 4 years. All right. So remember, it's 30 minutes total for everyone. And yes, ditto is awesome. So I'm going to turn on the timer, and then at 30 minutes, I'm cutting off support. All right, you may begin. State your name for the record. Okay.
There we go. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm Dan Stewart. I am President of Development for Gardner Group in Nevada, as well as a partner. I just wanted to represent Gardner here as the master developer through a rigorous RFP process. They were chosen to be the master developer of the UNLV Tech Park in 2016 and have been for 9 years, working as partners with UNLV Foundation to build the Tech Park out. When we first started, they asked me to come aboard. I've been on board since 2016. I looked into the mission statement of the UNLV Research Foundation as well as Gardner's kind of ethos and their thoughts and vision, and it aligned directly with mine. That is education and being a lifelong Nevadan, many generations Nevadan, education and diversification of the economy. And this fit perfectly with that. So I joined Gardner Group, and we've been working diligently for the last 9 years to do that. When we first began, never in the wildest dreams did we think that something this incredible would come along and meet those goals and that vision of both diversification and education. So we are thrilled as master developer to have this come along. It is you've heard it, but it's so true. It's once in a lifetime, generational changing for Southern Nevada, Nevada at large. So I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the opportunity to be involved with Berkshire Group, MBS, and the rest. So thank you.
Next.
Good afternoon, Eloy. My name is Eloy Hara. For the record, I'm the business manager, secretary, treasurer of Labor's Local 169 in Reno. You guys might be wondering why is Northern Nevada supporting this bill? We believe that this bill, we believe in the economic impact that this will have in the whole state, throughout the whole state. So that's why we're in strong support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Warren Cobb, and I'm the Associate Dean of the College of Fine Arts at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Far too many of our students are leaving our state, not because they want to, they love Nevada, but because they have no choice. High-paying, creative, and skilled film jobs they've trained for are not available here. Those jobs exist in other states such as California, Georgia, and New Mexico. SB 220 can change that. One, we're incredibly excited that this bill will allow our students to remain in Nevada, work here in their chosen careers, and contribute to Nevada's economy. Two, the Nevada Media and Technology Lab will provide our students with access to a dedicated professional sound stage they do not have now, that features the latest industry standard lighting and grip equipment, which will continuously be updated to the newest technology. Number three, it will enable us to expand our film department as the industry grows. We will have new classrooms, editing rooms, screening rooms, a Foley stage, rehearsal rooms, green rooms, and so on. Number four, with a budget of $500,000 for 5 years, this bill offers us the opportunity to develop an interdisciplinary game art, technology, design, and publishing program. We're forming an exploratory committee to assess the potential and interest among the faculty, deans, president's office, and ultimately the Board of Regents. Five, we have great interest in the Creative Technology Initiative, which provides $1 million annually for 10 years. This opens numerous possibilities in research and production of VR-powered digital therapeutics for healthcare. Number six, we have been working closely with CCSD, IATSE, CSN, and NSU. We are prepared to provide the workforce needed to make this a success. Rarely do we have the opportunity to pass legislation that is simultaneously pro-education, pro-workforce, pro-business, and pro-culture. SB 220 is all of those things. It represents a transformative step forward toward economic diversification and has the power to shape a creative legacy for Nevada that will last for generations. Please consider supporting Nevada's future through SB 220.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Neal and committee members. For the record, my name is Ryan McInerney on behalf of Nevada State University, and we are in support of SB 220 and other efforts to bring the film industry to Nevada. Nevada State has a thriving visual media program, which has seen a remarkable 50% growth over the past 4 years to 165 students. We are eager to integrate these talented individuals into future studio projects and expand our academic offerings to align with the needs of this innovative industry. I'd like to thank Senator Lang and the team behind this legislation for proactively including our university in programmatic and strategy discussions. We look forward to continuing our conversations and playing an important role in supporting and growing the film industry workforce in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair Neal and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Phil James. I'm the president of IATSE Local 720 in Las Vegas. Let me start by saying this bill is about jobs, union jobs, non-union jobs, high-end jobs, low-end jobs, part-time jobs, full-time jobs, highly skilled jobs, starter jobs, creative jobs, and just your normal job. Currently, Nevada is the highest unemployment rate in the nation. This bill will create new jobs that currently do not exist and hopefully bring that rate down. There's also an ancillary growth. For example, IATSE Local 720 will probably have to hire 2 new office employees to deal with the demand and another business agent, if not 2 business agents, to deal with the demand. This is a great problem to have, and we look forward to it, and we support this bill 100%.
Thank you. And I appreciate your rhyme and reminding me of Dr. Seuss.
Chair Neal and Senators, I am Victor Way, President of WHP Consulting, here to read a letter from Diana Bennett, the founder and CEO of Paragon Gaming. Ms. Bennett is unable to attend this afternoon due to a scheduled board meeting conflict. To the honorable members of the Nevada Assembly and to the Nevada State Senate, my name is Diana Bennett, and I am a longtime resident and businesswoman in Nevada. During my lifetime, my career has focused on the gaming industry, but all the while recognizing the need for diversification of the industries in our state. We now have an opportunity with SB 220 to not just create thousands of new jobs, but also to form the Creative Technology Initiative. Pursuing film, media, aerospace defense, healthcare, technology, and video game publishing will provide remarkable opportunities at each of the NSHE institutions. All those areas will greatly enhance professional positions for not only young people starting careers, but opening up new fields for our growing population. These will be new jobs that currently do not now exist in Nevada. We recognize that the public money must remain on public land. The bill will raise $320 million over a 100-year ground lease to the Research Foundation to enhance the vision of CTI. Again, I cannot stress enough that all of this will create high-paying jobs in fields that do not exist to date. I have been fortunate to spend time in Vancouver, BC, and in the state of Georgia, and have seen firsthand the opportunities that the film industry can provide. Although I'm certainly grateful to the gaming industry for all that it has provided to Nevada and my family, I believe that this bill could have a profound impact on the future growth of Nevada. Thank you for your time. Diana L. Bennett, founder and CEO, Paragon Gaming. Thank you, Senators, for your time.
Thank you, committee members. Andy Donahue, Labor Employers Cooperation and Education Trust, in support of the bill as presented with the work that's continuing to go on, and additionally pleased to recognize the remarkable community participation throughout the state in this building and that we're seeing in Southern Nevada as well. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Neal. For the record, my name is Adam Mack, M-A-C-K. I'm the business agent-elect of IATSE Local 363, the union behind entertainment in Reno, Lake Tahoe, and the greater Northern Nevada area. We stand in support of SB 220, a bill that can help insulate Nevada from the ongoing loss of federal funding and foster a job-creating industry throughout the state. While it is plain to see the benefits this bill will bring to the Las Vegas area, many in the North are asking, what is in this bill for us? One answer to that question, and the one that I believe will have the greatest impact on Northern Nevada, is a specialized workforce training program serving future generations of workers in Northern Nevada. SB 220 returns a generous 10% of tax credits to a statewide workforce training fund. We have engaged in talks with Truckee Meadows Community College in Reno and understand that they are prepared to accept grants from this fund to create a technical film and television production program that will serve as a pipeline to local, high-paying, and safe union jobs, with IATSE Local 363 serving as their gateway to the industry. We understand that as a community, those of us in Northern Nevada will need to rise to the occasion to make the most of this opportunity. I can say for certain that IATSE Local 363 will be ready and willing to work. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Dean Neal, it's great to see you back in the building, first off. And committee members, my name's Alfonso Lopez. I represent the sheet metal and air rail transportation workers of Southern Nevada, Local 88. Nevada's unemployment rate leads the nation currently with around 5.7%. Once Resort World and Fontainebleau wrapped up well over a year and a half ago, the current construction unemployment is much higher. I strongly urge your support for SB 220 to give Nevada residents a great opportunity to return to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
UNLV, and I'm really pleased to be here to strongly endorse this bill, SB 220. This will be profoundly positive as an experience for our students. We've heard a lot of really excellent testimony and factual information about the workforce development, the media lab, the training facilities that will help extend the education of our students. I believe this will have a very important effect on economic development, bolstering the creative and innovation economy. We heard some really interesting information about the CTI. But more than anything else, I want to say as the dean of the college that I believe this bill and what happens, what ensues for the next many years will really transform the education of our film students, but beyond that, because many other disciplines will be involved, and we really enjoy and celebrate the opportunity for our students also to work in interdisciplinary contexts so they learn about the world. And I think that it will really, and you're going to hear a lot about this, it will really encourage our students to stay right here in Nevada and feel that bridge between the excellent education they're now getting in film and some other arts disciplines and the opportunity to join the workforce and really contribute their talents to the people of the state. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Chris Ferrari on behalf of the Nevada Contractors Association. We represent the Southern Nevada construction industry, all aspects thereof, large or small, union and non-union, and we are here in support of the bill for the aforementioned reasons. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, so we're going to go down south, and then I'll go to the phones after. Are we not? IT, did we lose the feed to Vegas? All right. Hi. Whoever's going to go first, just state your name for the record. We have 15 more minutes for support. Can you guys hear me down south? Yeah.
See if it works. See if who's ever going to go first. Chair Neal, are you ready for us in Las Vegas?
I am ready for you, so I'm assuming
Wonderful.
Ms. Charlton, you're going to start.
Yes, I am. So thank you so much, Chair Neal and members of the committee. Chair Neal, it's wonderful to see you today. We've been sending positive thoughts your way. My name is Patty Charlton, and I am the Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education. We appreciate Senator Lane bringing forward this bill to help build the workforce for our state, and we are supportive of efforts to diversify our economy. We also appreciate Senator Lane's commitment to higher education in her legislation. There has been significant conversation today regarding the development of this industry, including the land and associated assessments of tax credits. There is work to be done in this area, and conversation between the partners, including the sponsor and the Board of Regents, our institutions, on the nuances of this bill. We look forward to continuing the conversation with her and with the legislature, along with higher education institutions, on behalf of our students and faculty to participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, for the record. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. It's great to see you back. For the record, I'm Dr. Constance Brooks, Vice President of Government and Community Engagement for the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. You've heard from two of my colleagues. I'd like to echo their sentiments, but also provide the perspective of Officer in Charge Chris Heavey, as well as the UNLV leadership in support of this bill, but also following the lead of the Nevada system of higher education with respect to the additional questions around finances and responsibilities of NG institutions as a result of the bill. So we thank you. We look forward to participating in those ongoing discussions.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Senators, distinguished guests. My name is Clarissa Cota, Vice President of External Relations and Campus Operations at the College of Southern Nevada. On behalf of CSN and our President, Dr. William Kibler, we would like to thank Senator Lang for sponsoring this bill, which will help to diversify our economy and bring the film and related industries to Southern Nevada. CSN is ready to help support these new industries, as we are very proud of our videography and film program at the College of Southern Nevada, which constitutes the most state-of-the-art program of its kind in the region, with a total of 481 students currently majoring in programs within the film industry. These students are preparing for the real jobs in the industry. CSN is the largest producer of college graduates in Southern Nevada, pursuing jobs known in the film industry as below-the-line positions. Since 2014, students in our programs have been nominated for 123 Student Emmy Award nominations and have proudly won a total of 63 Student Emmy Awards, the largest number of Student Emmy Award winners in the state and region. Our graduates work nationwide, and it would be wonderful to see many more job opportunities for them right here in Southern Nevada. CSN is proud of our Emmy Award-winning film program, and we look forward to continuing to produce career-ready graduates ready to enter into this exciting industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Sadia Caron. I'm a proud member of SAG-AFTRA. Senator Donato, I also speak multiple languages. Senator Stone, would you buy a home that hasn't been built yet? Studios will start to commit once we start to build. SB 220 is good for Nevada, both north and south, rural and urban. It will create jobs, jobs for teachers, jobs for union people, just jobs, 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 jobs. The studios are ready to build. If we don't let them build here in Nevada, they will go to other states. SB 220 will diversify the economy.
The committee. For the record, my name is Tim Renee. I'm the president of Nevada SAG-AFTRA. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Aaron Ibarra. I'm the Chief of Staff of the Southern Nevada Building Trade Unions. We represent more than 20,000 construction workers here in Southern Nevada. You've already heard that unemployment is pretty bad right now, and our members are feeling that. We believe this bill will give our members the opportunity to go back to work. Additionally, we're really proud of the PLA language that we were able to get. 15% of the workers will be required to be apprentices, and 5% of the workers will be required to be first-year apprentices, which would really allow our apprenticeship programs to go out and recruit some more folks to join the trades and join the union trades in particular. So I ask that you guys support SB 220. Thank you.
Rosemary Brock, for the record. I'm founder and president of EISC, where we specialize in laboratory automation, connecting instruments, robotics, sensors, devices, information management systems, and people into fully interoperable systems that deliver 100% reliable scientific results in seconds. Our technology powers discoveries across life, material, and physical sciences in industries like pharma, environmental, food quality and safety, forensics, water, and nuclear. Science is a global market with a universal language, and today the acceleration of science is driven by automation, digitization, and increasingly immersive technologies, unlocking breakthroughs at an exponential pace for a fraction of the cost. There's been a lot of talk about diversifying Nevada's economy, but I would suggest a different lens, not diversification, but a symbiotic expansion of Nevada's already existing and masterful strengths. Things like innovation, advanced analytics, secure global data strategy or storage and transfer, military-grade cybersecurity, world-class entertainment, and gaming. Virtual, augmented, mixed, and extended realities are no longer just for entertainment. They're transforming healthcare, education, defense, research, and the sciences. Companies like NVIDIA and Google have already invested heavily in these tools for real-world applications. And last year, NVIDIA's CEO declared that the next global economic revolution will be digital biology, my industry for the last over 2 decades. From my vantage point in industry and community, Nevada is uniquely positioned to lead in the gaming of anything, science, national security, immersive education, by aligning immersive technologies with industry, academia, and government. Who better than us? This bill, when integrated with immersive technologies, can attract global investment, accelerate workforce development, and build a pipeline from pre-K to PhD in applied immersive STEM and STEAM, not infotainment, but for real learning, solving real-world problems with real societal impact. At EISC, everything we touch affects things like the air we all breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, the medicines we take, and the environment in which we live. The same immersive tools used for video game publishing can be used to train scientists, students, and government agencies to better understand and interact within our world. Aligning this bill with immersive technologies isn't a leap, it's a logical next step. It's an investment in Nevada's future, education, science, defense, economic growth, with a clear, equitable return for our citizens, workforce, and industry. It turns what might at first glance look like a Hollywood 2.0 into something that is quintessentially Nevadan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Sai Naum, N-A-O-U-M. I'm here on behalf of the Construction Craft Laborers, Local 872. I am here with over 70 members behind me, and I don't know if you can see on camera in the overflow room. We were lined up out the door and around the building, and along with 3,500 members and families, I represent all of them here today, and we ask of you to please put Nevada back to work. We as laborers, if we go to work, any one of us goes to work, our entire family has benefits. We're a very diverse group, so we can touch on the diversity aspects of this bill. With the benefits that we have, we're self-sustaining as an organization. We're contractor funded. We don't bleed the state of benefits. We don't need the Medicare. We have our own health benefits. So we encourage you to invest in us, your constituents, the residents of Nevada, and think about the unemployment rate. I'm glad it was mentioned throughout the comments that the unemployment rate is a consideration. So please invest in production. Please invest in economic development. And please put Nevadans back to work. So we encourage you to please support and pass SB 220. Thank you.
Steve Blejo, for the record, I am an executive board member of IATSE Local 720 here in Las Vegas. I represent the motion picture and television employees in our mixed local. This bill would provide an enormous amount of security and growth for our members and for Southern Nevada. It would diversify, give us more opportunities. During the pandemic, our union was devastated. Our employment rate was 90, whatever, all of us. It was terrible. People had to leave the area to work elsewhere. If we can build this, they will come, they will give us good jobs, they will take care of us. I support it, and my brothers and sisters of Local 720 do as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Todd Robbins, Sr., for the record.
business agent, IATSE Local 720, and executive board member. I support this bill and ask for your support for jobs and economic growth for our industry. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Frank Woodbeck, recently retired from the College of Southern Nevada. During my 15 years of state service, I've had the privilege of being in economic development, workforce development at Dieter, and also now in higher education. This is an opportunity for our state to start an entire new industry and leverage the resources you've already paid for at CSN, UNLV, Nevada State, in terms of media technologies and training of our students. We do have students ready to go to work. They leave the state because they do not have an opportunity here. This is our opportunity to bring this industry into the state. We look forward to your support of SB 220 and the continued discussions that would bring that bill to fruition. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Good
So
afternoon.
just before, I'm sorry, I'm quickly interrupting you. So the woman in the orange shirt, you're going to be my last person, and then I'm going to go to the phone line and then go to opposition, and then I'll come back. But go ahead, who's sitting in the chair? In the orange? In the orange? If I don't know, if take that third seat. Yay. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the Nevada Senate. My name is Kira Byrne. I am the co-founder and CEO of Green Our Planet, a Nevada nonprofit that operates the nation's largest K-12 school garden and hydroponics programs, serving over 400 schools across 16 of our 17 Nevada counties. My partner, Kim McQuarrie, is a 4-time Emmy Award-winning filmmaker from Las Vegas and the CEO of Green Our Planet Studios, our sister company. Under his leadership, his team has produced over 500 award-winning educational videos and curricula available to every Nevada teacher and student. Together, we connect Nevada students to the planet through the fusion of film, technology, and hands-on learning in gardens and hydroponics laboratories. Every year, we ask students across Nevada what they want to be when they grow up. And the overwhelming answer is to be a storyteller, whether as a YouTuber or a video game creator. SB 220 presents an incredible opportunity for their dreams to become reality. Right now, we're in the midst of a technological revolution in education. States are racing to integrate technology, AI, and film to create the most impactful learning experiences for the next generation. Nevada can and could lead this charge. Imagine if Nevada Studios partnered with Green Our Planet and Green Our Planet Studios, working alongside Nevada teachers to harness the power of AI and storytelling in classrooms. Imagine a Nevada where innovative educators and cutting-edge technology converge to transform every classroom into a dynamic studio of creativity and learning. By supporting SB 220, you'll empower our students to become storytellers, innovators, and leaders, pioneering a new era where the fusion of film, AI, and hands-on learning redefines education. Let us seize this moment to position Nevada as the global benchmark for educational excellence and inspire generations to dream bigger. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee. My name is Todd Andrew Kirshner. I'm a content creator. I moved here over 20 years ago when I heard that Nevada was going to be the next 2.0 of Hollywood. I was educated in LA, LAFS, Los Angeles Film School. I'm cutting edge. I'm a 600 member. I'm a camera operator. I'm a 720 member. I'm dual member. I'm one of the people who have come to this town because it has the ability and the people who can create and become the best in this industry. With the education that they are going to provide, it will put us on the top, and we will be able to make this town one of the best filmmaking towns. And I have confidence that the people behind me understand what we represent. Please vote for this SBS 20. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for hearing me out. My name is Brianna Mercado. I am a small business. I am a former senator from the College of Southern Nevada, And I also grew up behind the industry. My mom has been an actress my whole life, and I've seen behind the scenes and in front of scenes, and I fell in love with both. I've done influencing for social media as well as taking my power and helping lots of nonprofits here in town. The biggest thing that I have seen is Vegas needs a soundstage. We don't have the support that we need, but we have the workers that are ready to work. LA takes a lot of our work, and the union is ready to work no matter what, vertical or horizontal. And the children want this. I remember when I was a senator at the College of Southern Nevada, we did an open red carpet with Asif Akbar with MR9, and we opened it up to the students. The students got to ask directors questions, and that's what we need. We need more mentorship. We need more help in Nevada, and Nevada is already a tourist state, right? We already have it, so let's just elevate it. Movies is like a live event, only it's recorded and shared for the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, BPS. We're going to go to the phone line. I believe we have 4 callers.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to testify in support of SB 220, please press *9 to take your place in the queue.
Hello, my name is Wendy Newman with the Southern Nevada chapter of the National Electrical Contractors Association, NECA. For the sanctity of time, I'll just say I support the bill. We'd like you to support SB 220. Thank you.
BPS, is there anyone else on the line?
Just one moment, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Neal. My name is Ronnie Young, representing IBW Local 357, ditto.
Is there anyone else?
Caller with the phone ending in 383, please press *6 to unmute yourself. You may begin.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Lonnie Dill. I'm a Nevada editor and content creator. Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Lang, for creating this much-needed bill. Over the years, it's been extremely disappointing to watch as Nevada was too often overlooked as a location for film and high-tech projects. Unfortunately, the few times when major productions did visit Nevada, they just never stayed or made Nevada their home. SB 220 would provide the necessary resources and infrastructure for a high-tech studio and the hub. It would also incorporate the UNLV curriculum to rival schools like LA Film School and the New York Film School. Let's stop our undergraduates from leaving Nevada to seek higher education elsewhere. Nevada is already home to hundreds of talented creative and production companies that also can benefit from the high-tech studio and hub and the tax credit. Can we please ensure that there is some transparency over the tax credit applications that are denied or approved by the lead participant to ensure fair access for the studio as well as tax credit? Thank you.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in support of SB 220, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. Thank you, Chair. There are no callers at this time wishing to testify in support.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're going to shift to opposition. Is anyone here in opposition? In Carson, is there anyone down south in opposition? So I'm going to start down south and then I'm going to come up to Carson. So go ahead down south.
Thank you so much, Chair Neal, members of the Senate Committee. My name is Anahit Baghshetyan. For the record, that is ANAHITBAGHSHETSYN, and I'm a research assistant at Nevada Policy. Nevada Policy today comes in strong opposition of SB 220, and there are several reasons for this. I'm going to start with addressing the CTI aspect of the bill that was introduced. A lot of the comparisons shifted to USC. I think it's important to realize that 58% of student body in USC are out-of-state students. So investing in higher education does not necessarily mean that you're investing in education of Nevadan students. Second of all, education is temporary and it drains resources because these students who are not from Nevada, they could also move out of Nevada and seek jobs elsewhere like California and Georgia with better studio opportunities. Second, screen tourism was addressed. I would like to mention that for a city like Las Vegas, where heavy base of tourism is based on other aspects of entertainment, new options will not necessarily cause more spending, they would cause deter spending. So a tourist might drift to go to a studio tour instead of the Sphere or the casinos. Lastly, this is not a new concept, that it has been implemented in over 30 states in the United States. So I think it's important that we learn from their lessons. And in doing so, it's the easiest to look at numbers. 2024 study in California reported that $1 of spending in film tax credits results in 80 cents of lost money. In Georgia, $1 of spending results only in 19 cents revenue. New York calculated both direct and indirect estimates, similar of which we heard today in Nevada, to be only 15 cents or 31 cents. Pennsylvania also has a transferable tax credit, and 95% of tax credits are transferred. In our city, it would likely be transferred to the gaming industry and cause them to not pay taxes, which could be detrimental for the state budget. So for these reasons, we urge the committee to oppose this legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Okay, so we are moving back into Carson City. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair, committee members. Warren Hardy, representing the Associated Builders and Contractors. It's never fun to come in front of a committee and support what could be a very beneficial project to the state of Nevada, which this appears to be. However, my client represents significantly over 85% of the entire construction industry in Nevada. In addition to that, the overwhelming majority of women, minority, and disadvantaged businesses choose to work open shop or non-union. It's been spoken to today quite clearly that there's a project labor agreement on this job. Project labor agreements in their current application in Nevada provide a significant disincentive for non-union contractors to bid or work on the projects. They're eligible, they can work, but it's not cost effective or good for their business. And I'll provide offline a document for the committee that speaks to that specifically. Again, these place open shop non-union contractors at a disadvantage. We believe that taxpayer-based initiatives should never be used in a way that disenfranchise Nevada workers. And that's what these project labor agreements do. And so for those reasons, we respectfully request that you put in the bill a provision that prohibits these types of discriminatory labor agreements so this otherwise fantastic project can move forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Alexander Marks with the Nevada State Education Association. At a time when the biggest plot twist in our state budget is that education funding is only increasing by $2, and a looming federal budget crisis threatens to cut hundreds of millions from our education programs, Carson City is somehow entertaining another Hollywood handout. If you think over $1 billion to Hollywood will solve any of those issues, especially when the economic analysis is so far out of line with the ROI on the Assembly bill, you're already living in la-la land. Nevada education needs the blockbuster budget. Hollywood doesn't need to use Nevada's budget for its blockbusters. But let's talk box office numbers. Yesterday was a 4-hour epic, no intermission, starring the Commission on School Funding, once again delivering the same plot we've heard numerous times. Nevada is $4,000 behind the national average in education funding. Worse, the Commission's plan for optimal funding has been rejected by the governor, turning Nevada public education into a low-budget drama with a cliffhanger every 2 years. If this were a film, perhaps it'd be called Waste Side Story or The Fast and the Frivolous. Either way, Nevada is in desperate need of a rewrite when it comes to public money. We prefer the film Schools Over Studios. That does not have to be a fantasy film. But let's talk slashers. No, I'm not talking Chucky. I'm talking way scarier. Unelected billionaires gutting programs that help our students and families. Let's see what's on this political theater. Title I slashed, IDEA slashed, Pell Grant slashed, school meals slashed. Losing this kind of federal support would deepen every crisis already crippling our public schools. Massive class sizes, high teacher vacancies, and chronic underfunding worthy of its own disaster movie. The Motion Picture Association's not here, so I'll provide a rating for the public. Senate Bill 220, rated F for failing priorities, including a poor use of our public money, while Nevada ranks 48th in the nation with the largest class sizes and higher educator vacancies. We've heard the same hopes and dreams about the stadium, and I mean the first publicly funded stadium we bought for a billionaire. Let's shelf this script. Let's ensure Nevada education gets more than a brief cameo. Let's put schools over studios and write our own movie. Lights, camera, pass the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Brian Wallace of the Nevada State Education Association, a teacher here in Carson City. We represent the Nevada educators for over 125 years in all 17 counties, and we believe in schools over studios. We oppose SB 220, which hands over $1 billion in state public tax dollars to Hollywood and not to our chronically underfunded schools. Very little of what was presented today can materialize without optimal investment in our students first. NSA and its members engaged yesterday in both the K-12 Budget Subcommittee and the Education Accountability Subcommittee to sound the alarm over the governor's proposed $2 per student budget. NSA's members called on the governor and this legislature to pass the plan of the Commission on School Funding. The plan would allow Nevada to reach optimal educational funding. After years of work, the Commission identified optimal funding and proposed a revenue path to reach that level by 2035. A film tax credit giveaway is not part of that plan. That is because Commission Chair Guy Hobbs knows better than anyone that these tax credits do not generate tax revenue for the state and will not help our schools, our students, Northern Nevada, or our rural communities. In fact, Hobbs authored the Economic Impact Report for AB 238, which is the sister bill to SB 220. While any billion-dollar subsidy could have or would have a significant impact, Hobbs found that it would have a net cost to the state. That is a net loss to the state. That is a loss for our students, and it is a loss that we cannot afford at this time. Even with record increases made to educational funding, Nevada continues trailing the national average by over $4,000 per pupil. Last May, 1,000 educators, educational support staff, and our allies rallied with umbrellas in hand outside this very building, pleading for more consideration for our public school students. Instead of doing more, SB 1 was passed for the billionaire and his stadium. We urge the Nevada Legislature to reject both bills and continue the work from the last session by fully investing on our students. The Nevada Legislature must consider the revenue proposals by your own Commission on School Funding. Please pass the plan for our students, our schools, and our communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Riley Svensson, RYLEY-SVENDSEN, and I am the Policy Specialist with the Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence. NCE-DSV is here today in opposition to SB 220, not because we oppose investments in workforce development or economic diversification, but because this bill continues a harmful pattern of offering generous tax credits to corporations while our state's core needs remain dangerously underfunded. Nevada has the 5th most regressive tax structure in the nation, relying heavily on sales tax that disproportionately burden low-income residents. Meanwhile, critical public services, including domestic and sexual violence programs, receive no dedicated line item in our general budget. Instead, we rely on inconsistent and declining funding sources to fund life-saving services, even as Nevada ranks 2nd in the nation for domestic violence and 5th for rapes per capita. Every dollar given away in corporate tax breaks is a dollar not invested in prevention, education, housing, or community support, all essential tools to end cycles of violence. We urge you to oppose SB 220 and instead commit to diversifying our revenue, ensure that corporations pay their fair share, and prioritizing the safety and dignity of all Nevadans. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Clark. I'm here today on behalf of New Day Nevada, an organization that cares deeply about bolstering state revenue. At a time when our state's critical needs are being unmet and we're looking down the barrel of $4.5 trillion nationwide in federal cuts, we cannot afford to give away valuable resources, especially tax credits to massive corporations. Not now and definitely not in the future. We should not pursue programs that have consistently failed in other states, no matter how unique our state may be or no matter what assumptions people have made. Just look at the record. In Connecticut, every dollar in credits returned just 7 cents in state revenue. Louisiana spent over $1.5 billion on film studies, yet more than 85% of the money left the state's economy. Michigan ultimately repealed its program after spending $500 million with little to show for it. Imagine if we had a small business incentive program of this size or a scholarship fund to attract the best and brightest to our state. What would that do for our economy? The film industry should invest in Nevada because of our incredible workforce, diverse communities, and the undeniable value our state offers, not simply because we're giving them $1 billion handout. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tess Opferman, that's TESSOPFERMAN, here on behalf of the Nevada Women's Lobby. Tax incentives for the film industry have been presented here today as a way to drive economic growth. Unfortunately, similar investments haven't worked in other states, and in many cases, the investment dollars have not been returned. Tax credits are no different from handing someone cash. We are proposing handing a multi-billion-dollar company a massive Nevada tax gift certificate so they don't have to pay the taxes they owe. Meanwhile, we have spent this legislative session fearing funding cuts at the federal level and balancing a budget where we have more expenditures than we have revenue. Instead of a massive tax break, we could give critical raises to teachers and state employees, help offset the increase in PERS contributions, support child care programs, create a program for paid family medical leave, provide universal free lunch to students, support programs that serve survivors of domestic violence, fix our roads, create a safety net should Medicaid be cut. This session, we simply do not have the flexibility to be able to pass a tax break measure of this size. We urge you to oppose SB 220 and ask that you not move forward with this problematic tax incentive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. BPS, is there anyone on the phone line?
If you'd like to testify in opposition to SB 220, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 967 on your phone, please press star 6 to unmute yourself. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair. This is Wiz Rosard, W-I-Z-R-O-U-Z-A-R-D, Deputy State Director with American for Prosperity here in Nevada. And before I start, I do want to say thank you to the bill sponsor, Senator Lang, who has worked diligently and hard in really trying to bring stakeholders to the table to drive economic diversity in the state. And so, you know, we oppose Senate Bill 220 more on a fundamental perspective of making sure that crony capitalism and corporate welfare is not something we continuously create in the state as precedent. And unfortunately, this bill is a textbook example of that. With American for Prosperity, we create an economy that works for all, empowering people to earn success and realize their potential. We support neutral and impartial tax policies. This includes tax reforms that reduce burdens on Nevadans and Nevada businesses without picking winners and losers or favoring special interests in the tax code. At its core, this bill leverages public dollars to subsidize private development under the guise of industry growth and workforce development. It has a multi-decade, multi-million-dollar public commitment to a single unnamed lead participant, effectively allowing one private entity to capture a disproportionate share of taxpayer-funded benefit. This is not economic development. This is simply favoritism. Senator Stone had laid it out perfect in terms of the money. It is something other states have already been considering and actually repealing, as it has not garnered the economic improvements that they suspected. Under this proposed act, Nevada would issue up to $83 million annually in tax credit, ultimately creating a potential liability to state taxpayers with over $2 billion by the time the bill sunsets in 2050. This is an enormous commitment in a state that still struggles to fund essential services, like you heard tonight, education, healthcare, and housing. And while the bill includes nominal givebacks, such as 10% kickback of credits to vocational training funds, this does not offset the overwhelming costs or risk. Film tax credits do not increase employment. Short-term employment often increases while film or TV shows in production, but those jobs are temporary, and those opportunities dry up when production wraps and the project ends. With that said, SB 22, I think, is a step in the right direction in driving conversation, and I know the bill sponsor has been working hard, but we want to also make sure that we're putting all Nevadans in a position to not be on the hook for millions of dollars in the special interest tax credit form, which Senate Bill 220 currently, as written, imposes. So we urge every member to oppose this bill. And again, we greatly appreciate Chair Neal and everyone else for this opportunity. Thank you.
Next caller.
Do you hear me? You guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. State your
hi.
name.
My
Go
name
ahead.
is, yes, CYRUSHOJJATY. First of all, I like to ditto the previous callers, especially the last one. I share a lot of the concerns made by Senator Neal and Doniate. I am pretty much certain that a lot of those employees are going to need government assistance. I believe that's what he said. Regarding tax credits, here's the other thing. There has been a record that many states have done these policies and they have not come to what they were promised. We were told that, well, this is going to generate more and more revenue. You know, we were told that the legalization of marijuana, whether it was the mining tax, sales taxes, commerce taxes, were supposed to help schools, but yet our school performance has not gotten better. We've done something for the stadium, yet visitation levels to the Las Vegas Valley is still below 2016 levels. And while I do believe more funding can help schools, it doesn't necessarily always the case. And here's the thing. I am the local chapter leader of Strong Towns Las Vegas. What about tax credits for affordable housing? What about mass transit? How are these people going to get to work? It's going to create more congestion. And this leads, you know, about gas taxes, different topic. But, you know, when I hear about how the high unemployment rate is, Nevada used to have among the lowest unemployment rates 20 years ago. But what changed? Well, a lot of the policies we've done in this state, especially 5 years ago, have not worked. So I just don't believe that this is giving tax credits is the way to do it. I do believe in film studios to come here. I do believe in diversification. But other than that, we'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to share. And please vote no, or at least modify this bill. Thank you. Yield my time.
Next
Thank
caller.
you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 410, please press *6 to unmute your phone and you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Shelby Swartz, SHELBIE SWARTZ, and I am the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress. I am here today to strongly oppose SB 220 because this bill is not just bad policy, it's a deeply troubling message about our priorities as a state. While our state's economy and budget is being throttled by a billionaire-backed administration in Washington actively working to defund our schools, public lands, and basic services, this legislature should not be considering handing over millions or billions of dollars in tax breaks to Hollywood production companies. It is a horrific look. At a time when Nevadans are bracing for brutal cuts to healthcare, education, and infrastructure, SB 220 asks us to roll out the red carpet for the ultra-wealthy and subsidize private studio construction, training labs, and even healthcare facilities, all things that these companies could easily fund themselves if they actually cared about our state. This is not economic development, it is trickle-down show business, and it insults every Nevadan who has watched their government stretched thinner and thinner, only to see corporate interests prioritized yet again. SB 220 does not just undermine our fiscal future, it undermines public trust in this institution. How can our leaders claim to stand for real Nevadans while quietly greenlighting one of the largest corporate giveaways in state history? Please reject SB 220. Nevada's values, our budget, and our state are not for sale. Thank you.
BPS, are there any more callers?
Yes, thank you. Caller, please go ahead.
Yeah, are you talking to me?
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, hi. Okay, my name is Al Rojas. I'm a resident here of Clark County, Nevada. I'm going on 8 years. I came from the Irvine, Newport, Orange County area for 38 years. And I can tell you one of the reasons I decided to stay is because I believe that Clark County has a bright future. Irvine is one of the most successfully managed areas economically in the country. 33% of the Fortune 500 companies are there. And I can tell you that Clark County, Summerlin area has everything going for it. And we don't have to give away tax credits to anybody. They have to come pay top dollar because that is the best communities are safe and they support law enforcement. It's a very well managed community. We don't have to beg anybody. I'm requesting that you guys don't do any funding. Wait, another deal will come along. And you know what? They got to play on our terms. We don't have to beg anybody to come and do business here. Thank you very much.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in opposition to SB 220, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Please go ahead, caller.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Please go
Can we hear
ahead.
me?
Yes, we can hear
Hi,
you. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Chad Byrne for the record, calling from Las Vegas. I want to first state thank you to all the of my colleagues over at IOPSI 720 for putting in their support. I don't want to enter in a complete objection to the bill in whole. As a former student of the CSN film program underneath the John Marsh, early in its inception, I definitely have always wanted to see more film industry come to the Valley. However, I think it's very important to highlight that some of the questions and concerns that Senators Neal and particularly Jimmy Danyate have addressed regarding insurance. I can say as a longtime former member and a longtime referent to 720, much of the insurance money through our contract has been sent into New York through our central fund and has been completely inaccessible to the majority of the referents in the system. This isn't an attack against 720 or its processes, because I have not been involved for the last couple of years, but I can say that in my experience, not enough of the insurance money the contracts were being allocated through the local system of culinary. I know that has progressed from the last 20 years, but I don't know if it's sufficient and this is just to highlight, again, Don Yante's point. Also, I have a huge concern that's been addressed already regarding, and I don't want to out any particular group, but I will just say it very specifically, the Gardner Group, if they've had the opportunity to develop all these other projects in this valley, why do they need money now in order from the state and the people to take away from the education? I can say with no doubt that friends who are parents of students at the Las Vegas Academy, which is a notoriously magnet program for this industry specifically, or entertainment, have recently confessed or said that they have difficulties with the idea of budget cuts that are up and coming for the school year, I believe coming forward, to the tune of 1.5 million. So the question, and somebody in the recent callers had addressed the idea of transportation. At what point does the Senate, allocate monies for the development of what's here rather than inviting all extra industries, which I do understand would benefit? I heard before Apple, our BA testified, the neurologist made very solid points about, film and television providing the production and knowledge base for storytelling, etc. This is great. Yes, wonderful. The future of education very much does require these types of applications. However, again, as Dr. Neal continuously pressed and got a very runaround spin doctory of replies regarding the possessory tax as opposed to a property tax for the quote unquote thing that doesn't yet exist, is very, very, very valid. And I just think that these things are specifically need to be highlighted in the amendment process. Again, the benefit to the Valley for extended job base for those of us that have long been, as we called, below the line, is it's important, and it shouldn't be discarded completely. And I wouldn't want to stand here to do that. I just think that there's things that my colleagues are short-sighted on, and I think that we could press a little further to get better verbiage out of this bill as presented. And with respect to everything, I haven't read the entire bill. I'm just going off the prompts of the senators in the room today. Thank you so much, and best wishes to everybody.
Thank you, Chair. The public line is open and working, and there are no more callers at this time.
Okay, thank you for that. So is there anyone here in Carson City in neutral? Anyone down south in neutral? If you are, come to the table. All right. Go ahead.
I think since it's after 5, we could say good evening, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure to be testifying before you this evening. My name is Maggie Carlson, representing the Culinary Union Local 226 here in Neutral today. The union is engaged in ongoing conversations with the developers of the project aimed at reaching an agreement that assures the jobs created by this project are good jobs that meet the high standards that Culinary Union members have fought for decades to win. This includes high pay, great benefits, and various protections on the job. We hope these conversations are successful and will continue, and we will update the members of this committee on the results of our discussions. Thank you very much for giving us the time.
Thank you. It's good to see you. All right. So with that, that closes out the present. So do we have BPS? Is there anyone online who's neutral? On the phone?
Thank you. If you'd like to testify in neutral, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. Thank you, Chair. The public line is open and working. I have no callers wishing to testify in neutral at this time.
Okay, thank you. So, Senator Lang, we will allow you to do your closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair Neal. I'm going to have Brooke Bircher speak first. She's going to answer your question, and then I'll close it out. We'll just be a couple minutes.
Brooke Bircher Gustafson, for the record. I just want to clarify something just for the entirety of the committee of just how the film tax credits are working. Bircher Nevada Development is not a benefactor or receiver of the film tax credits, nor is MBS. It's the film productions that utilize those film tax credits. It is not the developer or lead participant. It is not MBS as our operator of the facility. The other thing I want to clarify is just how the sound stages actually work, and that there is, I'll say the majority of sound stages that are utilized across the globe do not have a single content user. The facilities are typically used for individual production use. So for the majority of productions or content creators such as Netflix or Disney or other groups, they typically are not filming in facilities that they own or control or operate. Those film productions are typically, globally done through groups like MBS or non-owned operated studios. So I just wanted to reiterate that unless there was any confusion on any two of those parts. And then going back to Chair Neal's request on providing a cash flow for those first 4 years, we will work on that with fiscal staff. And again, just clarifying that the film tax credits do not come to Bircher or MBS. It's the film production itself.
Thank you, Senator Lang, for the record. I just want to thank the committee for your time today. I know how tiring it is to sit in a committee for so many hours. I've had to do a lot this session, I think.
But, and I want to take you back to 5 years ago when we started this project and conversations we had with people. A lot of people that testified today, well, have never come to even talk to me about the bill. So I think that when you look at what this bill can do, I have a vision for how the future can be and how we can meet the needs of our state. We can't continue to be just how we are today, because that's why the governor will propose $2 for education, or we don't get as much as we need to fund housing or health care. Unless we find different revenue strands, it's going to be the same story every year. I was very frustrated as an educator. I was president of my teachers union. I led the bargaining team for 10 years, and every year had to go fight for $1 or whatever to help get the money that we needed. And it is frustrating, but unless we do something different in our state, it's going to remain the same. And so I thank you for your time, and I look forward to continued conversations with people about how we can make this bill better, and address some of the concerns that people have. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Lang, for your presentation. So we are going to open up for a work session on SB 220. We have already heard this bill. There is no reason to have Mr. Tower rehash what we just heard. I might protest. So we are going to open up for the work session, and I will let Mr. Tower just do a very quick, I don't know.
Thank you, Senator Neal. Christian Tower, Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. For work session before the committee today, Senate Bill 220, sponsored by Senator Lang, as just heard presented, including an amendment submitted and presented by Senator Lang. Thank you.
So, members, I'm hearing that Senator Stone is on his way, just quickly stepping out of committee. So we're just going to do a quick 5-minute recess, wait for him. Here's the plan. The plan is to move SB 220 without recommendation. We know it's going to get picked up in finance. So I'm going to move this bill out so that it can continue to be worked on and vetted in another committee. Okay. So with that, members, do you have any questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, Senator Donyate.
Thank you so much, Chair Neal. Just want to give a little description of what we're doing. So the motion is without recommendation, so it's not in favor or against the bill. It's just to continue it in the process. So it's not a declaration of support or to be misconstrued for that. It's so that the bill continues given the deadline that's approaching. So I just wanted to make sure that that was reflected on the record.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion to move SB 220 with the amendment. Well, am I doing the amendment? I'm not doing a recommendation at all. I'm just doing no recommendation. So I'm making a motion to move SB 220 without recommendation. Do I have a first? So I have a first from Senator Donyate. Do I have a second? So I have a second from Senator Stone. Any comments on the motion? Okay, seeing no comments. All in favor of moving SB 220 without recommendation? Aye. Aye. All right, so no opposition. The motion passes, and then we will, any floor statement that happens will go to Senator Lang. But we will close the work session. This has completed our business for the work session, and we will open up for public comment. Is there anyone here in the South for public comment or in Carson City for public comment? Okay, seeing no one, is there anyone on the phone lines for public comment?
If you'd like to provide public comment, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last three digits of 448, please press *6 to unmute your line. You may begin. Caller, please press *6 to unmute your phone. You may begin. Chair, looks like our caller is having trouble. Would you like me to try one more time?
Yes, just give them like, 1 more minute.
Thank you. Caller, we see you, and you may press *6, please, to unmute yourself and begin. You may need to unmute your phone. Thank you, Chair. The caller is not responding.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that, we will go ahead and adjourn Senate revenue.